fix-it citation that have to get signed off and mailed back. It was right.
Okay, thank you.
He's right. It was like the way you think. My daughter's just...
Okay, everybody ready? Everybody ready?
I see all
Hey, Ted, we're going to get going here. I'd like to call this meeting in order. This is the Village Board meeting, Tuesday, August 14th. If everybody'd stand, we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll have Trustee Ted K. Janis lead us in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Costa?
Present.
Trustee DeVivo? Present. Trustee K. Janis?
Present.
Trustee Nemec? Present. Trustee Sabo? Present. Trustee Yukich?
Present.
Mayor Daley?
Present. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor.
Trustee Yukich?
I would like to move...
Standing outside here, we can't get in.
Hold on here, former Mayor Petruzzo. Go ahead, Trustee Yukich.
I would like to move H3 off of action item and put that in workshop as number 1.
H3 as a workshop item. I have no issues with that. Does anybody have an issue with...
Need a second.
I'm sorry, it was very hard. I'm sorry, Trustee Yukich. It was very hard to hear that.
I would like to move action item H3 off action item and put that in the workshop so we can discuss it.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Nemec. Any discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Costa?
Aye.
Trustee DeVivo? Aye. Trustee K. Janis?
Aye.
Trustee Nemec? Aye. Trustee Sabo? Aye. Trustee Yukich?
Aye.
Motion carries. H3 would be moved to I, which is a workshop item, and that's a consideration for approval of Ordinance 12-039, an ordinance providing for the issuance of not to exceed $50 million of general obligation home rule sales tax bonds of the Village of Homer Glen, Will, and Cook Counties, Illinois, for the levy of a direct annual tax sufficient to pay the principal and interest on said bonds and to sell bonds in the amount not to exceed $25 million. So that will be a workshop item. Are there... Yes.
Excuse me for interrupting. I think that the people that are standing out there and outside, if some people would move over a little bit, maybe those people would be able to come in.
Hold on. Let's have some order here. Is Joe Baber in the back there? Joe, does this exceed the occupancy for this building? At the current time, it does not. Okay. So everybody understands I didn't want to tell people to come here, and we're restricted by everybody wants us to use Homer Horizon because it's the most circulated paper in the community. So their publication only comes out once a week. So we advertised in the newspaper this meeting so you knew about it. Nobody's hiding anything. You could come out, you could see it, or whatever. So I didn't want to say come here and then try to go over to school because the school is currently trying to prepare to open this next week. But what I would ask the board to do, and we can still have an open discussion, but the village board or the village manager was over at the school today, correct? Mm-hmm. And did you get it secured for? Okay. So then what I would ask is that instead of moving, well, I take that back. The H3 has been moved to a workshop for anybody that would like to stay here and discuss it. But what I would ask for is that we table H3 to reconvene at the junior high on, what day would that be? The 28th. So is there a motion to relocate the August 28th Village Board meeting to the junior high, 15711 Bell Road, and to begin that meeting on August 28th at 7 p.m.
So moved.
First by Trustee Costa,
Second.
second by Trustee Yukich. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, we are not voting on item 3 on the agenda tonight, but we will be discussing it. The vote has been tabled to 2 weeks from tonight. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct. And the meeting would start at 7 p.m. versus 7:30 to try to get it going a little bit earlier.
It would be the regular village meeting.
It would be the regular village board meeting. Like I said before, I didn't want to tell people to come here and then all of a sudden they have to relocate over to the junior high. So anyway, that's what we're going to do. We're going to move on with the meeting. There's a couple of presentations. There'll be a workshop on this if you'd like to stay. There isn't going to be a decision made here tonight. We're basically going to be doing the same thing on August 28th. If you'd rather come to that meeting, if it's a little too warm for you in here, a little too crowded for you, or whatever. But we do have village business we have to get to tonight. So with that being said, let's see here.
Mr. Mayor, you don't mean to discourage people from staying here tonight. That's not what you meant. You meant that they were welcome to hear our discussion.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Nor do I think that was the comment from the mayor, to discourage anyone from staying here tonight. It was more or less an awareness towards the vote process being facilitated to the junior high. So let that be said.
Okay. So we had a first and a second on taking this to the junior high on the 28th at 7 o'clock. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee DeVivo?
Aye.
Trustee Kijaniis?
Aye.
Trustee Nemec?
Aye.
Trustee Sabo?
Aye.
Trustee Yukich?
Aye.
Trustee Costa?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, so the next part of this meeting then would be reports and communications from the mayor and other officers. Okay, if we're still going to get on with our meeting here, so if anybody wants to come on the 28th, you're welcome to come. If you want to stay here tonight and hear some of the presentations, stay here tonight. I'll give everybody a couple minutes to make their decision if you're going to be moving around. There will be no decision made tonight, so.
I see some people are leaving. I would encourage people to stay. There's a lot of discussion that's going to be had.
I think they have the message.
Yeah,
we're going to redo this meeting. We didn't want to mislead them.
Well, then they won't hear what we have to say tonight.
No.
It's a violation of the open meeting.
Okay.
You're right on the right spot.
Why don't you announce that? The village attorney would like to say something.
Just simply that the place of the meeting for this evening could not be changed. That would create a violation of the Open Meetings Act. So what the board has done this evening is indicated that they're going to conduct their next regular meeting at the junior high beginning at 7 p.m. on August 28th.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on with the meeting then. The next portion of this meeting is reports and communications from the mayor and other officers. I'll start out. First, I'd like to highlight a recent Crane Chicago Business News article that mentioned the Village of Homer Glen very favorably. A recent Crane Chicago Business article on Chicagoland foreclosures highlighted the Village of Homer Glen as one of the few municipalities that has been able to get through the recession with relatively low foreclosure rates. Homer Glen was cited as having the lowest rate of lender-owned homes per thousand mortgageable properties in the south suburbs. Homer Glen was included in with other low foreclosure communities, including Elmhurst, Lake Forest, Libertyville, Downers Grove, and Wilmette. This is very good news. Under achievements, Farmer Earl's Garden Patch Farms and Orchard, located at 14154 West 159th Street, will be featured on August 26th edition of ABC 7's 190 North. This is a unique opportunity for the Garden Patch, since 190 North usually highlights restaurants and concerts in the Chicago area. For those who don't know, Garden Patch offers a seasonal U-Pick option that lets customers pay $5 to browse the 28-acre property for fresh vegetables, fruit, and other produce. Customers can hand-select and purchase their finds at Farmer Earl's Garden Patch. Also, congratulations to the Homer Lady Fire 10 and under softball team for winning first place in the Orland Youth Association's Lightning All-Star Tournament. Congratulations also goes out to Homer 10 and under Mustangs baseball team for finishing their regular season with a 14-1 record and winning the championship. Further, I'd like to congratulate Village of Homer Glen staff members Scott Chance and Cameron Davis. Scott Chance is celebrating his 5th employment anniversary with the village. Village Manager Davis has just completed his 1st year of service. Congratulations to both of you. I'm happy to report on another business ribbon cutting ceremony in Homer Glen. The Dance Studio, 15758 South Bell Road, will hold their official ribbon cutting on Monday, September 10th at 2 p.m. We congratulate the owner, Mary Ann Kyler, for expanding her successful business in Homer Glen. In the back room is a long line of photos from recent businesses' ribbon cuttings in Homer Glen. We welcome our business partners and encourage everyone to shop Homer Glen. Under the bond issue, finally, a few words about the bond issue, the main item on our agenda this evening. As I said at the public hearing on July 24th, and again at the special village board meeting on August 6th, tonight is a very important night for the Village of Homer Glen. Now, we all know that we've moved this to the 28th. The village board will be considering ordinance number 12-039, an ordinance that, if allowed, will allow the village to move forward with funding important public improvement projects that we have discussed and have worked towards completion for many years. Ordinance number 12-039 calls for the Village of Homer Glen to move forward with selling $25 million in bonds. I support the approval of this ordinance. These bonds will be paid for by committing the village's existing 1% home rule sales receipts. The bonds will be paid for by an existing tax. As I've stated previously, approval of this ordinance will allow us to achieve the following important objectives. Pay for the purchase, along with Bolingbrook, Lamont, Woodridge, and Romeoville, of the American Lake Water, Illinois, American Water, Bedford Park Water Transmission Line. This line brings Lake Michigan water to Homer Glen and other communities. We have promised the people of Homer Glen that we will work to take over the water system, and this first step is part of fulfilling that promise. We cannot achieve this purchase with Bolingbrook, Lamont, Woodridge, and Romeoville without the approval of this ordinance. This ordinance creates the ability to raise money for the purchase through the sale of bonds. As I have mentioned previously, Illinois American does not want the 5 communities to purchase this water transmission line, and they are fighting back with nasty robocalls, mailers, etc., trying to mislead the residents of Homer Glen. People in Homer Glen are fed up with the high costs of water in this area, and they want this village board and 4 other local government partners to deliver them from Illinois American's outrageous water rates and poor customer service. Secondly, this bond will help pay for the village's portion of the upcoming 159th Street improvements. The Illinois Department of Transportation has provided the village with the total cost of the multi-use path, street lighting, intersection lighting, and traffic signal upgrades for the 159th Street improvement project. The total cost with medium upgrades will be $2.5 million. Approval of, it's no longer tonight, oh yes, no it isn't, I take that back. Approval of the ordinance on, what would it be, August 28th, will provide the village with the financial means necessary to pay for these important improvements. As I mentioned at the August 6th meeting, the 159th Street has traditionally been an important business corridor for the village. With over $70 million in state and federal upgrades planned for this roadway, just within Homer Glen, The 159th Street Business Corridor is going to transfer itself into even bigger sales tax generating asset for the Village of Homer Glen. Number 3, the unfinished non-letter of credit subdivisions. On becoming mayor, I discovered was the fact that many of our Homer Glen's newer residential subdivisions had no security backing their unfinished public improvements. No letters of credit existed to help pay to complete the roads, sidewalks, lighting, etc. in these subdivisions, and the subdivisions sit unfinished. It was a real mess. Now this board has completed a master review of all 9 unfinished subdivisions and has discovered the unfinished public improvements in these subdivisions will cost over $6 million to complete. Now we still have to review and analyze the engineer's reports. We have not yet to determine what we will complete and what will be left undone, but we do know that the money will be needed to finish some of these subdivisions. As I mentioned on August 6th, I believe that the unfinished residential subdivisions in Homer Glen are affecting everyone's property values. The vacant residential lots, hundreds of vacant lots, are not contributing like they should be to the needed tax-based diversification of our community. I believe we need to fix this problem, and approving this ordinance will help us to secure the money we need to finish some of this unfinished work. The Fitteman Creek sanitary sewer installation. The far west side of the Village of Homer Glen does not have adequate sanitary sewer service. I'm in support of building what is commonly called the Fitteman Creek sanitary sewer line to bring sanitary sewer service to the west side of Homer Glen, especially the west 159th Street corridor. Approval of this bond ordinance will help to make the sanitary sewer line a reality. I am in support of tax-based diversification. By extending sanitary service lines to the west end of 159th Street, Homer Glen will be ensuring that this area becomes commercially developable, thus ensuring added tax-based diversification. This is another outstanding public improvement that can be built with the help of the money from this bond issue. As the board knows, all expenditures of bond proceeds will need to be approved by the village board. The projects that I have mentioned tonight are several of the projects we've been working on most recently. Should the village board want to add to projects that deal with flooding mitigation to the list, as I have said before, I would be fully in support of that. I know there are several presentations planned for this evening, so I will conclude my remarks. We'll go on with the trustees then, and we'll start down with Trustee Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to report on behalf of the Homer Harvest Days Committee. Our Homer Harvest Days event is scheduled for Saturday, September 8th and Sunday, September 9th. On the 8th, it begins at 11 o'clock a.m. and goes until 6 o'clock p.m. Sorry about that. I'm usually a pretty quiet person. There you go. On Sunday, the hours are from 11 to 5. It is free admission and free parking to the event. In the course of the weekend, we have a lot of activities scheduled for the residents and people that come to enjoy it. We have hay rides to enjoy. We have pony rides for the kids. Also, there's crafts for the children to do while they're there. Also have kids' games. Keep them busy while mom and dad are looking around the fest. Also, we have 2 bands that are scheduled. Right now, we have the contracts pretty much in hand. We're just verifying that all the paperwork is done and we have everything we need. One of the bands is called High Cotton. Second band is called June's Got the Cash. Both bands excellent. If you like country type style music, I think you'll really enjoy it. We also have other entertainment throughout the weekend. The Windy City Wizards, again, we're just finalizing their contract. We'll also have the Polish Highlanders coming. They will be singing and doing various folk dances. Also have many demonstrators that come out. They bring artifacts from probably 100 plus years old, maybe 150 years old. These folks that come out do this, some of them probably every weekend. They are a wealth of information. Just about any question you may have of living in the rural life in the 1800s, they can answer them. Food vendors. We have many food vendors there. We also will have homemade Old Fashioned Root Beer and Sarsaparilla. That some folks that come out actually make it. It's delicious. I had some last year. The event is great. I think it's our 5th year having it. 2 days, and hopefully you can come out and enjoy it. If you'd like to know more about it and the schedule of events for the weekend, you can visit our website, www.homerharvestdays.org. We are also looking for volunteers. That's one of the events that it takes a lot of people to keep this thing going. So if you'd like to volunteer, you can also visit the website and just follow the links to volunteer, or you can call the Homer Township Administration Building at 301-0522. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Costa. Trustee Yukich?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I'm very glad and thankful to see all the residents that did come out for this. The whole idea here is to get everything to you so you know the same information that we know. We had a problem once before. Hopefully we never have another problem again. If you have any questions, ask us. We'll answer them. We might not be able to give you the answer right then and there if we have to look up something, but we'll get you the answers that you need to know. And we'll get you the straight answer. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that's going around that's not true. It's just stirring a pot right now. So come to the meeting in 2 weeks, ask your questions. Trustee Nemec is going to have a presentation on what the water line is all about, so this way everyone knows the same thing we do. We want you to all feel comfortable with it. I'd like more people than what's here. But just tell everyone, come. If you've got a question, you've got a concern, come to the meeting. You'll find out everything you need to know. Also, on one other note, school will be starting this week for many schools, so please pay attention to the kids, the buses. It's also getting dark a little bit earlier than before. We just want the kids to be safe. And again, thank you for coming.
Sir, can we ask a question?
Not at this point.
Why don't you have a raise of hands?
Sir, you're out of order. I don't want to have to ask you. I don't want to have to escort you out of the room. It's reports and communications from the mayor and officers. You will have your choice. You will have your. Please escort him out of the room. You'll have your opportunity in public comment to speak. Trustee Sabo.
I would just like to say a little bit more about Homer Harvest Days. On the table over there are these flyers. We'd like you to take one on your way out. If you have a place that you would like to set some flyers, I have some more. And then you will see these posters around town. And it explains that besides a number of things that Trustee Costa had mentioned, there's going to be some wonderful crafts there and for sale. And the people that are there will take you back in time. We have one that goes, that is a living historian, goes back in time into when the French were in our area. So a variety of things you won't find in other fests. So this is your fest. We'd love to have you come. And it's free. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Sabo. Trustee K. Janis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, that took place, and never met the gentleman, never seen the gentleman, but it kind of reminds me of patience is a virtue. A few moments more and he would have an opportunity to speak, and unfortunately he didn't wish to exercise that virtue. But what I'd like to do is, thank you, Mr. Mayor, I feel good being back. Home is where the heart is after vacation, and I feel good about being back. Bottom line, in the upcoming meeting, the residents have a chance to speak. They have a chance to speak tonight. But it's whether or not, long-term, we get a chance to control some destiny and control generating some sales tax. At this point in time, with all the unused property, Mr. Mayor, that is off 159th Street commercial corridor, they're paying an extremely low tax rate on real estate. And as we know in Homer Glen, we do not have a municipal property tax that applies to homeowners, and as the residents do know this as a fact. But as far as providing services, the CED, Economic Development Committee, understands this, that developing our commercial property off 159th Street corridor is very vital to the economic future of our community. When you look at the very, very low tax rate, farmland or empty land, dirt for that matter, represents as far as the input on financial being for our county, our schools, our fire, our police, protection, it's very nominal and low. Thus, we also understand as a committee that the heavy burden is then placed on homeowners. So when homeowners talk to us, and as a person that does like to go out and visit residents throughout the community over the years, throughout all neighborhoods, I've heard the same screeching sounds, and I shouldn't say screeching, but same resounding sounds from them is, where do we go shop? I'm tired of going to Orland Park, I'm tired of going to Lockport, I'm tired of going here. I want to shop in Homer Glen. So I believe next week's question on the bonding authority as far as economic viability for our future is going to be foremost on our minds as far as trustees. I had one resident, I like to share this, I find it humorous in some respect, but it's truthful. I had one resident about a year or so ago ask me, how many places in Homer Glen, sir, could we buy socks? I didn't know what to answer him. There's probably only one place. So there, when you talk about diversification of businesses or as far as development, that's resounding all the way down to the bottom essentials. So what I'd like to do is move forward with this board and have conversations on this. I look forward to conversations on this in the future because we also understand that we are thriving just only on sales tax, not property tax. And that's it, Mr.
Thank you, Trustee K. Janis. Trustee Nemec?
Mr. Mayor, can I defer to Trustee DeVivo while I get something set up?
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee DeVivo?
Just a really brief report. The Park and Rec's next meeting is the 27th at 6:30. It's a Monday night. We continue to work on the Parks and Rec comprehensive plan to update it, and we are still, of course, working on the trail system, additional signage. We have a grant that we've just applied for, so hopefully keep our fingers crossed that comes through. That's my report. Thank you.
Can't hear you back here. Okay, they're close. Speak to the speaker.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee, thank you, Trustee DeVivo.
Sorry.
Trustee Nemec?
Is that on?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As many of you may know, and some of you may not, I've been a trustee with the village for 11 years. In 2004, Mayor Russ Patrizio established a sewer and water task force to begin looking into the high rates of water and sewer here in the village, and also operational issues that we uncovered. So I have been looking at this issue, working with representatives from Illinois American, working with our residents, and with some very valued task force members for 8 years. I asked the mayor if I could just provide an overview to get everybody a little bit caught up with why we're even looking at doing the transmission line. I will provide and hopefully provide a few answers as well. And then I'm sure I won't answer all the questions, so like the other trustees have said, I will certainly be available. Now, I'm about to show y'all my age here, okay? This is really going to date me if this technology works. Hit it, Yelena. No, I'm not dancing. Don't worry. Do you need that microphone? Now, how many of you remember Have Gun Will Travel? Have Gun Will Travel. Okay, I just happened to find this episode. And there's a little clip I want you to see.
Just one question. How does the band feel?
No, you can't hear.
Can you put the microphone next to it?
Pause it for a second. All right, let's see if we can back it up. This worked before, of course, didn't it? It is.
It is.
Okay. Let's try again. All right. I'm going to put on the PowerPoint. Okay. Sorry about the volume, but what happened here is that Paladin comes to a desert town, goes to have lunch, and gets a very big bill. Turns out it's not the food that cost, it was the water. Because one person, controls the source to the water. And Yelena's going to, Yelena, don't put the other clip on yet. Just go to my PowerPoint. So, I don't even want to tell you how I found this, but the air date was September 28th, 1957. I didn't find it then. I found it more recently. So, what I'm going to share with you now is what will be a very quick overview of where we are, a little bit about how we got to where we are. Does this work? Technology. I just need the USB port for the clicker and then I'm good. All right, I'll tell you when to click. Okay, here we go. This is Yelena Bose, by the way, folks. She's the office manager and she's playing Vanna White for me tonight. Give her a hand. Thank you, thank you. Okay, currently, Illinois American Water Company is the largest provider in Illinois, and they are a private company that provides potable water and sewer sanitary service. They purchase water wholesale from American Lake Water Company, which is a sister company of Illinois American. And the company was formed to construct the water pipeline from Bedford Park to Illinois American. It was first constructed at the time, those of you who have been here know, with Citizens Utilities. Illinois American came in about 2001 and purchased from Citizens Utilities. Illinois American and American Lake Water Company are publicly traded companies. Next slide. Illinois American acquired the pipeline in 2001, and Homer Glen residents began receiving Lake Michigan water from the pipeline in March of 2001. All service to our residents who are on lake water and sewer, including, are under the authority of the Illinois Commerce Commission. Illinois American currently serves approximately 6,000 homes in Homer Glen, or 80% of this community. And that's residential. Illinois American owns and operates 3 wastewater plants within the village: Chickasaw, Derby Meadows, and Oak Valley. And there is currently no contract or franchise agreement between either Homer Township or the Village of Homer Glen for water or sewage service in the village. Here is a sample bill, a residential bill of 2012. It is a family of 5 with 3 small children. They use 11,000 gallons a month, and their bill is $191.28. Next slide. A little bit about the bill. I just want to fill you in on what the components are so you understand what we're talking about when we talk about the transmission line. There's the basic service charge that you get no matter what you charge. Next slide, Elena. This is charged by Illinois American and approved by the ICC, and it varies based on the meter that's installed. The smaller the meter, the less the overall charges. Go ahead, Elena. The next is the use charge. This depends on how much you use. And so depending on whether, and it's rounded up to 1,000 gallons. So if you use 10,000, 11,000, 5,000. The purpose is to cover the cost of providing water, maintaining mains, and pumping stations at the local distribution site. The next on the bill that I'm highlighting is the sewer treatment. And the sewer portion of the utility bill was a flat rate charge in 2005 when we first began looking at this. Illinois American petitioned and was granted from the ICC a change to a volumetric per usage charge. And 2 years ago and again in 2012, Illinois American is requesting an increase in the sewer rates. Go back a second to the, I'm not done with sewer. Sewer's a good one. Oops, there we go. No, back to the text. It was, what was it, Larry, about a year and a half, 2 years, about a year and a half ago, Illinois American petitioned the ICC for a QIP, and I believe that stands for Quarterly Infrastructure Program. I may not be exactly sure on that language. What it means and what we were told was that it's a percentage on your use bill and a percentage on your sewer bill that allows for Illinois American to do ongoing maintenance and ongoing work, so that they would have to go back less times for more larger capital improvements. Kind of like the 27% that's before the ICC right now. What Illinois American received from the ICC was a not to exceed 5% QIP. They don't have to go back to request this additional percentage unless it were to exceed 5%, so they can go up to that. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to look back at that bill, but I think it's right around 4.5. It's 3 point something for the use and about 0.89 for the sewer. So commercial and industrial sewer service is also charged on a usage basis, not a flat. Okay. Standby fees. Many of you will see on the bill, if you have bills, a fire sprinkler fee. The fire sprinkler fee does not go to the fire department. It is, Elena, would you? It is used and it's what we call a standby fee. It's used by Illinois American to bring the water up to the lines and hold it there. We also have sprinkler fees that are on some buildings, multifamily and commercial. And that's also a standby fee. Actually, Mike Schofield, who used to be Homer Township Fire Chief, was going to try to be here to talk about this, but he wasn't able to. But the fire chiefs throughout Illinois have filed complaints challenging the assessment of these standby fees. The fire protection fee was $2.60 in 2003, and it is now $6.55. That's a 250% increase. Not all villages, privately serviced or municipally owned, assess a fire protection fee. We're unique. Taxes on the water bill is the state recovery tax. Homer Glen does not have a tax on water and sewer. There is no municipal tax on water and sewer. Okay, the supply charge. The supply charge is the piece of the bill that the transmission line supports, transmission line. That it is the purchase cost of Lake Michigan water, and it brings it to the lines, to the pumping stations, to the local distribution site. The supply charge is based on the amount of water used during the month, and it also includes the amount of unaccounted for water and true-up as allowed by the ICC. And I'll tell you about that in just a second. Here's a diagram that I created showing the flow of water from Lake Michigan. It leaves Lake Michigan. Chicago charges $2.51 for it. Bedford Park adds another $1.50 cent. American Lake Water adds another $1.29, and then it goes to Illinois American that adds the unaccounted for water and the true up. By ICC regulations, they are not allowed to mark up the purchase price of the water. So that gets us to the $5.52 in the supply. That line is what the transmission line is. It's the line from Lake Michigan to the border of our community. It's that pipeline that was originally built in 2001 for $50 million. Okay. Now, unaccounted for water. If any of you have heard me talk at the many public forums that we've had over the last 8 years, you've heard me talk about the unaccounted for water. It is the water that is charged back to the metered customers annually as a true-up. Now, what that means is if Illinois American buys from American Lake Water 10,000 gallons of water, I'm keeping it simple because it's easier for me to do the math, 10,000 gallons of water, but they can only count 8,000 of that as having been metered, meaning it goes through your meters or they're able to measure it. So not fire hydrants, not developers dumping it in to wet the concrete, not those water main breaks that don't always get fixed real fast. That is called unaccounted for water. The ICC then allows them to put that on our bill the next year. So they don't lose the unaccounted for water. So my position with unaccounted for water has always been, where's the incentive to have good business practices? Where's the incentive to get out there and close those main lines? If you're going to get paid for it anyway, what does it matter to the company? We're the ones paying for it. So that's what the unaccounted for water is. Next. Here's a diagram of the cost of sewer and water. Now, I didn't go all the way back to 2001 or 2003. I used data from 2005. Please look at the two boxes. On the box on the left is 5,000 gallons of water. And since we're at since right now our sewer is volumetric, I'm including the full cost, sewer and water. In 2005, it was $66.43. In 2002, it's $145.52 once that 27% is approved. This does not include any possible increases for unaccounted for water, true-up, or any additional QIP. If you use 10,000 gallons of water, you're paying the $191.59, or you will be in November. Please make one note here, and I found this until I did this diagram, I didn't even see it. In 2005, you could have had 10,000 gallons of water for what now this year you use 5,000 for water and sewer. That is a 52% increase for 5,000 and a 44% increase for 10,000 in 7 years. That's significant. Okay. Now, in comparison, Mokina got Lake Michigan water the same year we did. And here's their bill. $36 for wastewater, $5.83 for a 5/8-inch meter. Their supply charge is $54.60 for a total of $96.43. You notice there's no fire protection fee either, right? There is a facilities fee that's been included in this. That's a rather drastic difference. I fail to understand how a meter, a 5/8-inch meter, can cost almost 3 times as much here than it does in Mokina. So I use Mokina because they're on lake water, they bring it from Lake Michigan, they go through Oak Lawn, and they're about similar to our demographics and our size. Next. In 2005, we did a task force report to the board At that time, we recommended, one of the recommended steps, and this is verbatim from that report, that we establish a consortium with other villages and cities, those served by Illinois American, and others who may potentially benefit from water from American Lake Water Pipeline. So, the Municipal Joint Action Water Agency. The members are Bolingbrook, Homer Glen, Lamont, Romeoville, and Woodridge. The discussion began 3 years ago. The legislation, Senate Bill 83, passed in Springfield just this past fall, allowing the agency to incorporate. The water agency will reimburse the villages for any legal and acquisition expenses if we are successful in a bid to acquire the transmission line. And the water agency will then issue revenue bonds for those, not general obligation bonds. This is written in the intergovernmental agreement and in the corporation documents. So who runs the transmission line? The fiscal and policy oversight is governed by a corporate board comprised of representatives from each of the original 5 communities. Now, I put original 5 communities there because the agency is structured in a way that if other communities want to tap in and come in, which would lower our costs, they can. Each community has 1 vote regardless of the number of tap-ins. So, Homer Glen has a little over 6,000, about 20.6% of the cost. Bolingbrook has almost 70% of the cost. And the other communities have smaller tap-ins right now, but if this is successful, it will increase. Each community, though, has a single vote and a single say. The agency and all meetings of the governing board are subject to the Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information requirements. It's a public entity. And the feasibility study that was done addresses business and operations of the acquisition. Now, that feasibility was done by a team comprised of a law firm, an engineering firm, and an accounting firm. Now, I get this question, why don't we just acquire the local distribution, which is this part here, which was what would really affect our bills? And my answer to that is, as soon as we have enough information and know that we can do it financially and it's a viable option, I'll support it. So the task force recommended doing research into the operation and management costs of it, and a feasibility study is currently being conducted by one of the village's top engineering firms, looking at that operation cost, management cost, whether or not it's municipally run or whether or not it's contracted out. And we'll get those costs and we will share those once we get those before any decision is made. Will this acquisition of the transmission line, let me qualify that, result in a property tax for Homer Glen? The current plan is to support the initial cost of acquisition through general obligation bonds paid through home rule sales tax. Now, as we all know, well, maybe we don't, but let me tell you, general obligation bonds are backed by property taxes, which must be abated every year. But the plan that we're going to see later tonight is the amortization schedule of the home rule sales tax, showing sufficient resources to pay for any intended bond sales for the transmission line. The incorporation documents, and I said this before, ordinances and intergovernmental agreement state that the water agency will reimburse for those initial costs, and the water agency will issue revenue bonds paid from the sale of water, not general obligation bonds. Isn't it true that a private company can run better than a government? My statement is, it depends on the company. Right now, to this date, and since 2004, we have asked Illinois American for a master plan so that we can join together and plan this community. We have yet to get one. Isn't that correct, Larry? we had to force them to inspect fire hydrants through a court order. We've taken Illinois American to court multiple times. They were back billing. They were not expecting fire hydrants. It went on and on. We took them to court. They now are required to inspect fire hydrants and required to provide an annual report to the village and the fire districts. One of the fire hydrants that was found not working was in front of a school. The slow response to main breaks, ongoing, but a very quick response to water shutoff if you don't call right away to let them come in and change out your meter. No accountability, no transparency. They're a private company. They are not required to. Ratepayers carry the burden of bad decisions and poor management. And one of the things I will say about this is the oversizing of that pipeline is one of those decisions that ratepayers in this community have been supporting since 2003, 2001. So, it also depends on the competition. In a competitive environment, a company must perform better to profit. But the ICC regulations and determinations take away that risk. There is no competition for water and sewer provision here. It's a monopoly. And when a vital resource is owned by a monopoly, those of us in government are mandated to protect our residents. And that's what the 5 communities came together to do. Go ahead, Elena. So, why acquire the transmission line? Municipal partnership that protects the residents in 5 communities. The rate stability for residents' businesses. This rate structure that would eliminate costs consumers now pay. Property tax, income tax, shareholder payments, and rather extensive marketing as we've seen. Monopolies that own critical life necessities should be accountable and transparent, and the only way you get that is a public entity. There is a reason, if you look around this country, how much water is owned and managed by government entities, not private entities. So, strategically, owning a piece of the pipeline provides options to promote economic development and rate relief that does not exist today. And controlling the source of the water to our community protects our residents and businesses, all our residents and businesses, whether you are on Lake Michigan and sewer or whether you are on well and septic. Because we have businesses in town who are paying astronomical costs for their water. We've got a flooring company here in town that they shared a bill with me, this past bill, $721. Our Homer Library spends as much per month as Orland Park Library does. They're a little bit bigger. Our schools pay water and sewer, and they pay them with our property taxes. So if we cannot get something done, then we will continue paying one way or the other, and the way we are right now, we're paying 2 ways. And our community image. I'm tired of being known as the community with the high water rates, because that's really one of their claims to fame. Now, what I would have liked to have shown you, and I'm not going to put you through it, is another little piece at the end of that episode. I really recommend you look at it. It's called The Great Mojave Chase. Richard Boone, Gene Roddenberry wrote it, and at the end of it, he walks up to Kelly, the guy who owns the water, and he hands him the deed to the water, and he says, sign it, because he won the race. And Kelly signs it, and they said, okay, give it to the people in the town and tell the people in the town that they now own the deed to the water. And the guy looks at him and goes, wow, you're giving it away? The people in the town now own the water, the deed to the water? And Boone says, yes. And Kelly said, well, I guess that's the way it should have been from the beginning. Look it up, folks. It's right there. Thank you.
Okay, before we're going to finish the what do you call trustee or the let's see here, the reports and communications from the mayor and other officers. And before we have public comment, I'm going to have George K-Baum, the bonding company, get up and do a presentation so that they can explain how this thing is financed. You know, the one thing you need to understand is we're not creating a tax to pay for this. This is an existing 1% home rule sales tax that's in effect right now. It is going to be used for multiple projects, and this is one of the projects. So with that being said, is there a treasurer's report?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Is there a clerk's report?
No report, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a village attorney's report?
No report.
How about any task force chairpersons? Okay. How about any public safety officials? Joe? Okay. How about the village manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick for the public's benefit, on September 15th, not too far away, it's a Saturday, we're going to host a paper shredding and electronic recycling drop-off program up at Hadley Middle School in the parking lot. It begins at 9 o'clock. There's information on the village's website at www.homerglen.org. People that show up, what this is designed for is if you have old financial records at home, things that you do not want to put out on the curb for fear that there might be some identity theft issues, you can bring boxes or sacks of paper full of old documents that you'd like to get rid of. They go immediately into a huge shredder that is actually built into the truck. You can actually watch the paper go right through and get all shredded up. So that'll be on September 15th, and if you have electronic recycling items that you'd like to drop off, you can do that also. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, village manager. All right, we have Bill Hoffer here from George K-Baum, and he's going to get up and he's going to basically tell you about the bond that we're talking about and how it's financed, and then after that we'll move to public comment, and you can say what you want, and then we'll move on from there. So Bill, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Good evening. My name is Bill Hofer. I'm with George K. Baum and Company, and we represent the village on the bond issue. And what I wanted to go over tonight, well, it's up yet. All right, was just to give you an idea of how we have put this together in conjunction with the village administration and the village trustees.
Bill, does it show up better if we turn one of the lights out or something?
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. There we go.
There you go. What we're going to cover tonight, first thing we wanted to address was the reality check. We wanted to clear up some misconceptions. It's already been addressed by the mayor and some of the board members. We also wanted to go over some of the benefits of pursuing the capital improvement projects now. Why now as opposed to waiting? The projects to be funded, we're going to cover that. Why a property tax is not necessary. We also wanted to explain how we were using the excess sales tax revenues to cover the debt service, the low borrowing costs right now, and a breakdown on the residential property taxes, and then answer some of the questions that were submitted to the village. First thing, the $25 million bond issue is not going to be paid, well, will be paid from the existing 1% home rule sales tax. It's not being paid from property taxes. And I know there was a lot of questions last time about property taxes, and the village is not, a general obligation bond does have a pledge of the property tax. It's a general obligation. But that is being abated annually, and they're using the 1% home rule sales tax to pay the debt service on the bonds. Secondly, If you're on well and septic, you remain on well and septic. The village is not forcing anyone to switch over and connect to the system. Okay, why is it a good time to pursue this financing? Construction costs are down. They're at historically low levels right now. Interest rates are historically low. And the village's credit rating, being AA stable, makes the bond issue very attractive in this market. The municipal market is extremely, it's a very desirable investment opportunity, especially for institutional investors right now. We have very strong demand on bond issues, especially strong credits. Since the village was never rated before, and they just went through the process, got a rating, and came back AA stable with never having any history of issuing debt, never having any history of collecting property taxes. It's amazing, and I've been 30 years in the business. So from a credit standpoint, it's extremely attractive piece of paper. And what that translates into is you'll have strong investor demand. The strong investor demand will lower the interest rates. Well, somehow that didn't translate. Basically, it's a chart that just shows how much, and it will be on the website? Yes. It will be on the website. But it just shows what the 10-year AAA MMD has been doing, and it just keeps dropping. And we're getting down, right now, the 10-year AAA is at 1.76 as of yesterday. We're getting down, the rates are so low right now, it's getting where the money is extremely cheap in terms of, from a borrowing cost perspective. Just to show you, at the end of July 1, we circled, it was 1.85. As I mentioned, as of yesterday, it's 1.76. And you can see, this isn't as graphic, but you can see how they have dropped. 5, as I mentioned, as of yesterday, it's 1.76. And you can see, this isn't as graphic, but you can see how they have dropped. This covers the projects, the major projects that are being financed with the bond issue. The 159th Street improvements, the completion of the non-LOC subdivisions, the water transmission line, and the Fittyment Creek sanitary sewer. The total amount there, the $23,985, that's a rough number. What we've been doing in terms of the numbers we've been running have been $25 million. At the end, I'm sure once they'll get these all finalized, but these are estimates. And so we wanted to show exactly what they're talking about in terms of the projects. All right. How will the projects be funded without a property tax? Because the village has this 1% home rule sales tax, they're able to leverage that. That 1% home rule sales tax has been increasing. It was $2.6 million last year. It's projected to be $2.8 million this year. And again, from a structuring standpoint, we're not using the full amount. We're not using the $2.8 million. We're structuring it around what was budgeted for capital projects. And in the current budget, it's $2.4 million. So we structured the bond issue around $2.4 million of the 1% home rule sales tax. To retire the $25 million in debt, given the current interest rates out there, it'll take till 2025, so it's 13 years to retire the debt. Again, structured at maximum debt service, and you'll see further on that we do not exceed at any point $2.4 million in any one year. Why does this work in terms of what makes your home rule sales tax? We wanted to point this out is that there's a large portion, a significant portion of this home rule sales tax, which is paid by non-residents who come to shop here because it's cheaper to shop in Homer Glen than it is to go into Cook County. Well, again, why now? Lowest construction costs in years, the historically low interest rates, the 159th Street improvements at IDOT has earmarked that's moving forward. Again, we're leveraging that project for the benefit of the community. And the village can secure, by doing this, you're going to lock in the 1% home rule sales tax, and it's being committed to the debt service on these bonds. So that the village will retain that 1% home rule sales tax. Another point, there was some questions regarding the maturity schedule on this. What we've built into the issue is a 7-year call feature. The norm in the municipal market is 10 years. We were able to structure a 7-year call into this without any negative impact to the village. What that means is, say the sales tax continues to grow as it has been, that money will be set aside, and that money can be used to call the bonds earlier so you can pay them off earlier. And by that, you then save the interest expense on bonds because you're just going to call the principal 7 years out. So that's a luxury that the village has because of the strong revenue stream that's projected in the 1% home rule sales tax. The no property tax increase. I know we're repeating this, and I'm repeating it, but we do want to make sure that everyone understands that the use of the general obligation pledge was to secure the lowest possible rates given the rating. Having AA stable, by using a general obligation pledge, you have the broadest market appeal from institutional investors. This is an institutional piece of paper. We will have a marketing period the day before for retail that we would invite individuals, if they're interested in purchasing the bonds, they can put orders in. But from an institution, this is really a strong institutional piece of paper, and the institutions would pretty much gobble this up. They will take the bonds. So if you are interested, if you would let Cam know, we would be happy to let you know when we would be selling so that you would have the opportunity beforehand if you're interested in purchasing any of the bonds. And the property taxes will be abated each year, not levied. We wanted to show you where, there were a lot of questions about people with the high property taxes. And so what we wanted to show you was the different components going back for the last 5 years in terms of the rates and what have been extended by the overlapping governments. And you can see the village has not extended. They've never extended a property tax. That was I mentioned it earlier, but that was an amazing factor with S&P, because S&P, when they actually came out here, and that was only the second time in 30 years that I've ever had an on-site visit by the rating agency to any of the governments. And I've worked in this market for 30 years. So the fact that they came here, and that the fact that the village had never extended it, and they still gave them a AA stable, is a credit to the community, to the administration, and the board. But this is, it didn't go. Oh well, we had a beautiful pie chart that we wanted to show you, and it would show one of the things I think you'd really appreciate seeing here is when you add that up, the schools, the 3 schools, Homer 33C, 205, and 525, the college, that's 77% of your property tax. The 3 schools get 77% of it. So, nothing wrong. I'm just pointing out there were a lot of questions about where the money goes last time. Again, just, hang on. Sorry. This one was just to show you how you compare with the neighboring communities.
Sir,
Yep.
could you go back to that previous one? I wanted to see the bottom line.
This?
No, the question, will the wellness efforts users?
Oh, I'm coming to that.
No, you had it, and you
Yeah.
flashed benefits so fast.
Okay.
Okay, I'd love to read the bottom line.
Okay, there was a list of questions that were submitted to the village, and what we did was, we just put out what were the most common questions. You're free to keep your current setup. You don't have to switch, you don't have to make the connection to it. If you're well and septic, you're not going to pay for this. Well, in home rule sales tax, whatever you pay on your sales tax, shopping, sure, but you're not paying a property tax. You're not being charged separately for this. So, yes.
Just real quick, because we were discussing earlier how the census went down and the home rule is now no longer going to apply. Do we get that 1% every year, even though we're not home rule?
It will be locked in. You have a referendum that will be coming up in November, where you'll have an opportunity to vote on whether you want to retain home rule or not. But whether you retain it or not, the home rule properties sales tax is tied to this bond issue, so it will still be extended.
For those of you that couldn't hear him, because I'm actually having a little hard time, you need to get closer.
Sorry.
The home rule question is up for ballot in November, but by pledging this 1% to these bonds, whether we retain home rule status or not, when you're using this mechanism to finance debt, you do not lose it. It's good for the duration of the bond. So the 1% would stay, if I'm correct, it would stay in place for the term of the bond.
Exactly.
And in my estimation, I think everybody would agree with this, that first of all, that census was taken at a poor time. It was taken when the kids were at school. We know we didn't lose 600-700 households. That's ridiculous. And within the duration of this bond, I guarantee you the population of Homer Glen will exceed 25,000. Go ahead.
Okay. There were some questions regarding how to get your property taxes to go down. All things being equal, if you increase your assessed value by developing the community, you will see your property tax. Can you hear me now? If you grow your tax base, your property taxes would go down if they do not increase the levies. But again, the village does not extend a levy. The levies are controlled by all the different units of government. But if you increase the base, your value or your share is going to drop.
Never drops. We've increased the base for years.
Okay, that's the government agencies. Hold on, let's let them finish. Go ahead, Bill. Go. Hey, Greggy, hold on. Let Bill finish.
All right. Will the bond affect your property taxes? No. It will not. If your sales tax went away, if the sales tax went away and nobody was paying sales tax, then you would have to pay it from another source. The pledge source. Pardon me?
Why don't they just go with the revenue bond? This way here, you're guaranteed it just goes for that. That's it.
Lower rates.
Well,
Nation bond puts it on everybody.
Well, again, we wanted to make the bonds most attractive to the largest pool of investors. The village has never sold a bond issue out there in the marketplace, so there is no history of the village in terms of the municipal market ever selling bonds. So the widest distribution, the widest pool of investors is going to be assured by having a general obligation bond.
What would our rating be if we just had revenue bonds?
Your rating, well, we didn't apply for that. I can't say.
We're using that 1% sales tax for other things now, so how are we going to make that up when it does?
The 1% is basically being applied to capital projects right now, so this would be your capital fund. your improvements that you're looking at for the village would come out of this fund, not out of the general fund. Go ahead and finish up, Bill. We'll have public comment then.
Okay. Again, the type of bonds, they're general obligation bonds. The annual projected debt service cost, principal and interest is $2.4 million starting in 2013. It's paid from the existing 1% home rule sales tax till 2025 unless paid off sooner. We have a 7-year call built in the issue. And then the village board wishes to issue more than $25 million. The village board would have to approve it at a village board meeting, and they require a public hearing and notice in the local paper. So if they went to do any additional bonds, they'd have to notify the community and hold a public hearing. And I think this one worked. This is just a projected debt service schedule showing the bonds over, what the structure would look like. The important thing was to show the total P&I, which is principal and interest, does not exceed $2.4 million in any given year. And bonds are sold in $5,000 increments, so that's where you have the fluctuation there, because the principal amounts are in $5,000 increments, so it's never exactly the same like you would see in, say, a mortgage.
Okay, thank you, Bill. That ends the presentations for tonight. The next portion of this meeting is public comment. Does somebody have a sheet? If somebody asks a question and it's sufficiently answered, I can't tell you not to ask the same question, but it sure would help things move along here tonight. First up, your name and address when you go to the podium. Bob Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Trustees, people of Homer Glen. I would love to see you here at every board meeting. You show that you love it just as much as I do to guide our trustees to what you want, not necessarily what they want. Or the blindfold.
Get up to that microphone a little bit. Get that right in front of you.
Okay, how's that? Is that better? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, first of all, I want to thank Trustee Levy for her presentation. I felt I was in her classroom. That's funny, dude. Anyway, please listen to what I have to say. Please. Let the people decide what direction we are going. Are we a government of the people and for the people? Do as I say, or that ends it. Whatever happens, it should be up to the people, not the 7 people, even though we elected them to protect us. That responsibility weighs heavy on every one of those people. Let's remove some of that weight. Let us say, let us leave them in their decision. That decision will decide Homer Glen and our future for the rest of us for a long period of time. Please ask your trustees to let you hold in the palm of your hand Homer Glen's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. John Coy, name and address for the record. Please try to keep it to 3 minutes. Got a lot of speakers tonight.
Well, everybody says almost the same thing they said last time, so I guess I'm going to say the same thing too. The One thing is Trustee Kaganis and most of the trustees and the mayor want 159th Street to be like Grange Road, Harlem Avenue, or 95th and the Tri-State Tollway there with all these businesses and west of that. With that, they want to put $1 or $8 million into a sewer line. Now to me, I don't want the sewer line. It's $8 million we could put someplace else. What really bothers me is Lockport High School. We've had problems in the past, it's all of a sudden they haven't gone away. Governor Quinn wants all the suburbs now to start taking over all the pensions and the cost involved there. We're borrowing $50 million here. We're not even bringing these things into light. We're spending money foolishly on some of the stuff they want to spend it on. I just don't want to see it to buy property for a community park. I don't know why we can't get a better building than this and build it for ourselves instead of paying a rent on this. There's just items that I don't agree with that they want to spend this money for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Larry, I'm taking a guess at it. Hamilton, maybe 17421. Crystal Lake Drive or something like that? Is he here? No? Telephone number 815-302-1107. Okay. RONACVOBOJAK. You step up to the microphone and give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Ronald Bojack. I'm at 13615 Longview Drive. The question I want to ask is, why aren't these bonds put on a referendum? So the people can vote on this. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, how is this going to benefit me if I have sewer and water? If I wanted to tap into this water system or this septic system, what is it going to cost me? Anybody have any idea? How do you tie into this? Who burdens the cost of a tie-in?
Well, if you were to tap in, you'd pay your proportionate share. We're saying you don't have to, but in the event that your system would be closed from the Illinois Health Department or anything else like that, it would be an option for you to do it.
So if I have to tie in, if I wanted to tie into the system, I not only paying the taxes to pay for this. Am I correct?
You're not paying taxes. This is the 1% sales tax that's being used for this.
And that's going to pay off the bonds?
That's going to pay off the bond. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And if I did tie in, I'd have to pay the cost of the tie-in?
Yeah,
from 159th?
There would.
Where it's coming in from?
I'm not. You're jumping all over. I'm not following what you're saying. Are you talking about the
water, for example?
The sewer running into the unincorporated area, or are you talking about the village eventually owns the distribution system within Homer Glen? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, let's talk about the distribution system in Homer Glen. I had an experience some years back. We had a customer out in just east of Palos. And they just came to her and they gave her a $25,000 bill that said it's got to be paid immediately. And she had to take a loan out to get water, city water.
As it has been stated, nobody's intending to shut your well or force you onto anything. If your well was to go dry, and if you wanted to fix your well, that would be your option. If you wanted to tap into the system, I'm sure there would be a tap-on cost as a result of the cost of maintaining the system.
City of Joliet,
this isn't, we're having a workshop a little bit. This is what you want to say, so let's wrap. Say what you want to say. Okay.
All right, I'll just tie it up. In Joliet, the city came out and said, we're going to shut down all the wells. And they did. Nobody in the city of Joliet has a well. Why can't that happen here?
We're telling you, we have no intention of doing that. And at this point in time, we have not gotten through with the study on the distribution system. Okay, thank you. And the next speaker would be, is there a Bob Miller in the house? Bob, name and address for the record.
My name is Bob Miller, live at 13540 Longview Drive, Homer Glen. I've been here for 28 or 29 years, and I don't understand how they're going to tax us for something that we're not being used for. And according to the paper, that's very possible. If somebody could explain that to me, why, that would be nice. Our taxes are too high now, as far as I'm concerned, for the benefits we get. We have no sidewalks, we have no street lights. We have snow plowing, which is fantastic. That's very good. That's the only service I see that benefits me is out here. So that was my statement for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
Danielle, Sowattzke. Danielle? Okay, moving on. Donna, Ottenstrroen.
My subject's been covered. So.
Okay, thank you. Tom and Shonttsine Dwyer. Okay. Don Rudolph, it looks like. Don Rudolph, 14940 Will Cook. All right. Bernie Kacharski.
Bernie Kuharski, 13730 Long Run Drive, Homer Glen. One thing I noticed tonight, which I hadn't noticed in the past, the bond company showed some slides with a AAA rating. That's how the rating was done. It says the slides showed AAA. At the top of the slide, it said AAA. That may be a mistake. It's just want to make sure. I know what we're talking about is AA, but the slides showed the rating at AAA. Part of this comes in that I'm in the 20% that's well and septic. I don't mind you buying the water company if the sales tax pays for it. If the sales tax doesn't pay for it, I want to see a special taxing district on the people that are going to benefit for it. So the 80% that are on Illinois American Water would pay whatever the sales tax is short. And the same thing goes for the letter of credit subdivision. If that subdivision, if we don't have enough sales tax to cover their portion of the bill, let's form a special taxing district. They get the benefit of having everything finished, even though a mistake was made on the letter of credit. I don't have sewers. I don't have water. I don't have curb. I don't have street lights. I don't have anything. I have a paved road, thanks to the highway commissioner now. I don't have any of these benefits. My street doesn't get swept because there is no curb and gutter. I'm in a part of the town. What am I doing? I'm paying all the bills. I'm paying for kids to go to school. No kids in the school, that's a whole different subject. But everything that comes here is going to benefit a little group. We have property from Wilcook Road all the way to Cedar. There's no business going on. Why would somebody want to come into the town and build all the way out at Gauger? Why not build where there's always some businesses going on already? I understand that little strip is probably close to the tollway. Maybe somebody wants to come there. I'm not against this projects that you have talked. I'm just worried about if the economy goes south and the 1% doesn't cover the bill, I don't want to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sliwa, S-Z-E-L-A.
Yes, said everything I wanted to say.
Is there a John Sliwa? Oh, okay.
Hi there, I'm John Zella, 13957 Christina Lane, Homer, Glen, and I 100% support that gentleman because I'm a few blocks from him. Because right now I can project that you are not generating enough money with the $50 million to cover your capital improvements. You guys will be writing more bonds. Your 1% is not going to cover your principal and interest that's showing up over there. And if you don't put the check guards in, us folks on well and septic are going to have our taxes increase because that's usually what happens. Now, that's a general statement. The other thing is I watched this gentleman's presentation with the principals and interest, showing what the projection P&Is are going to be. I have not seen anything coming across on the 1%. Assuming you got 50 to 60% of the 1% going for something else, that only leaves you 40% left over. I like to see what that 40% is that goes against the principals and interest to see if you can't cover your cash flow to meet the obligations of these bonds. You and I both know there was a projection done when the park was over here that you guys were generating revenue coming off the 1% was a little bit bogus. So that I would like to see what those numbers are to say, yes, you're going to be able to do it or not. Businesses are not coming into this place because of your permit costs, your taxations, and your environment. It's got nothing to do so much with the water. 159th Street is going to start in the fall of 2013. That's already budgeted in there already. So my concern is I don't want to get stuck having to pay taxes because I'm on well and septic because you guys haven't done due diligence to make sure that the P&I are covered. Thank you.
Mike Smythe.
Thank you, Mayor Daley. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Smythe. I'm the Senior Manager of Field Services and Production for Illinois American Water Company. I just have a few brief comments this evening. And really it pertains to the what is currently approximately $8.8 million or $9 million for the pipeline acquisition. Today, nobody knows what that cost is going to be. I think that's very important for everyone in the room to understand. Nobody knows how much the pipeline will cost. Now, respectfully, government entities historically grossly underestimate the cost to take over a water and wastewater system. Last week, I gave an example of Peoria, Illinois, very close to Chicago. In 2005, the city of Peoria attempted to take over Illinois American Water's water system. The initial value the city placed on the system, which is a water system only, was $67 million. The actual value the city was required to pay was $220 million, 3 times higher than the original estimate of $67 million. In the end, the city council voted not to acquire the system because the cost is too high. Now, the water agency has made a purchase offer of $34 million for the American Lake Water Pipeline. What if the actual value is 2, 3, 4 times higher? $67 million in Peoria, $220 million. $34 million, nobody knows what that end cost will be. So the $8.9 million in the plan is really a number that today no one knows what that number should be. Now, Mayor Daley, respectfully, you have also stated that the village would issue bonds for another $25 million after the pipeline acquisition, and the second bond issue of $25 million would be used to perform an eminent domain action against Illinois American Water's water and wastewater distribution system here in the village. $25 million. Now, in 2009, our company invested approximately $13 million to expand and upgrade our Oak Valley water reclamation facility. 2009, just a few years ago, $13 million. That's one of 3 water reclamation facilities in the village. That one facility costs more than half of what is believed to be an acquisition cost of the entire distribution system today. And so it's just very important that, bonds that we're talking about today, a general obligation bond, no revenue, paid off by a 1% home rule sales tax. Nobody knows how much an eminent domain action is going to cost as a member of the water agency, and nobody knows how much an eminent domain action would cost toward an eminent domain action of the Illinois American Water Company. Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Please.
You're talking about cost of what it is. What did you pay for it when you bought it?
I don't have that with me. We acquired the...
They haven't had it with them for 10 years.
Nobody knows.
Take what you bought it, and put the cost of living or whatever inflation you rate on it, and that's what it should cost.
Okay, we're going to move on with public comment. Thank you. All right, the next speaker would be Terry Elkins. Any Terry Elkins?
Don't sit at the poker table if you can't play your cards.
I'm Terry Elkins, 13533 Court Connection, Homer Glen. I've been here about 26 years. The last meeting I wanted about 6 questions or something like that. You couldn't answer them, so you referred me to the village manager, Mr. Davis. I emailed him like I was supposed to, like he asked me to. I got 0 response in a whole week. Now, where's this transparency supposed to be? Is your windows a little dirty? Maybe get some Windex or something, clean them up. Anyway, the other thing that, with the bonds and stuff like that, I don't understand why you're saying, okay, you're not going to be taxing people. I'm on well septic. That gentleman back there had one more advantage. He had his street swept. I don't have nothing. Anyway, I don't understand why you don't get a revenue bond if you're so sure this 1% sales tax is going to do it. Instead, you're going to get an obligation bond where you're going to stick it up our butts. That's what's going to happen. In fact, today on the news was at Colorado Springs, they're hurting. Their sales tax all of a sudden went down. They had to cut their city services down quite rapidly. And the sewer, you want to send the sewer to nowhere. You want to build this thing. You didn't even annex the property around there. So Lockport, after you put the sewer in there, Lockport could come and annex the property, and we're stuck paying the bill on the sewer. That's about it.
Okay, well, I can tell you we have a boundary agreement that's enforceable.
Can't hear you.
We have a boundary agreement that's enforceable with Lockport. That will never happen. Thank you.
Lockport's not always that easy.
It's a legal situation. Thank you. Tom, Juseph, maybe? It would be 6655 Main Street. Okay. Connie Wojcik?
Mayor, while she's coming up, just want to let Mr. Elkins know that the answer to his questions are on the village website. There are 16 pages of questions and answers from people that brought up the questions this past week on the village's website at www.homerglen.org. And the answers to your questions are on the website.
Thank you, Village Manager.
I'm Connie Wojcik. I live at 14616 Clydesdale Lane, Homer Glen. I just like to say I'm angry about the water rates, as everyone is, especially when I have a friend that lives in Henderson, Nevada, who lives in the middle of a desert and is paying a lot less than I am for rates. But I can't see how the purchase of American Water will stabilize our rates. If bond is passed, Homer Glen residents will pay one way or another, either through taxes or even higher rates, simply because of the economy. Currently, we do not pay into a metropolitan water district which many people are not considering in their bill. Like Cook County, my daughter lives in Tinley Park and does pay into the Chicago Metropolitan Water District, which serves as a coverage to help them to pay for their water bill. Many people compare their bills with Tinley or Orland. We do not pay into that district as they do. So I'm not saying that the rates would be comparable, but we do need to take that into consideration. The third thing I'd like to say is that I don't feel that we are moving in the right direction by having more government involvement in our lives. Nor do I feel that government can do a good job of running a business. Thank you.
Thank you. Al from 13138 Creekside Drive. Al?
Hello, my name is Alice Weiss, 13138 Creekside Drive. I just thought I would ask a few questions for clarification. Questions of the nature of, are there surrounding communities that agreed to tap into this agreement with the purchase of the American Water, or Illinois American Water? And how long are these bonds locked in for? How much of our revenue does the 1% tax consist of, and where and what are we paying them for? Is there any form of clarification, or is there a website that we can visit to get further clarification on where the majority of the 1% tax is going to? And will we know how much of that 1% will go towards the purchase of this Illinois American Water? Thank you.
Okay. I'll get you those answers, Al. Okay, Melvin Mueller.
My questions were answered.
Thank you. PZYZALO, it looks like. Pizzello. 15020 CARTOW. Okay. Bob and Kay Gavrick. All right. Harry and Roz Ashak, ASHACK. All right. Looks like these people will be back at our next meeting. John Hammond. There we go.
Hi there. I just have a few things I'd like to say.
Sure.
On the bond issue, and I've got two things, I'll try and keep them separate. On the bond issue, I think at a high level what you're talking about makes sense to me. I can understand it, but a lot of detail doesn't seem to be there. The amortization that we saw, I'd asked for it. That was the first time I saw it. So my question is, has the due diligence been done? And if it has, can we see it? I'm assuming you see a lot more detail than goes up on the excuse me, that goes up on the website. Can you share it with us? On the water issue, you know, you can tell from my accent, I'm from the UK. We privatized our water and it saw our rates go up. So I understand the problem of businesses owning our facilities. The good people at the water company sent me a bill just this week to remind me. So you have no problem whatsoever getting me bought into the problem here. But what I haven't seen is a demonstration of how what you're proposing is going to be a solution for me. So it doesn't talk about how it's going to stop the cost going up. It feels much more like, we hate these guys, let's take them over, rather than, you guys have a problem with your costs, let's bring those costs down.
Okay, thank you. Ed Cruz-Burnett?
Yeah, here,
Kubernak.
Hi, my name is Ed Zubernat. I live at 14608 South Abbott Road West. And my question is, maybe for the Illinois water guy or for Trustee Nimitz, we have when we first went to the city water, we were told that we were going to be paying for it in our bill every month. So if we've been paying for it, why would it cost so much now? Because we've been paying 11 years now. Where did all that money go? And so, I mean, if we had to go to an eminent domain situation, would that not be grounds for getting the price reduced, I would think? I don't know. And I guess the second part of my question is, if they say, well, it doesn't, what you paid is gone, well then, if the village takes it over, and it's no longer having to include that cost in the water bill because it'll be being paid out of the sales tax, so our water bill would go down by that appreciable amount that has been levied against us for the distribution system in the beginning. Is that right? I don't know. That's my question. Comment? No?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just I can do just two quick things. We're not talking about the distribution right now. We're still studying that because we won't move forward on that unless we can do exactly what you're talking about. But when it comes to the transmission line, some of the documents that we have seen in the feasibility study did demonstrate that American Lake Water did send at least a $1 million profit to Illinois American last year. So that was, there's a little bit of cushion there. And then to our, the gentleman from UK, and I'm sorry I didn't remember your name, that while the rate structure is based on if at the current rates right now, the $1.29, until we get in there and see, one, if this goes forward, if the cost becomes too high, we wouldn't do it. But eventually, as more people tap on, the structure and the business plan is that it would lower. It's getting control of the supply. It's getting control of, as a task force member said, getting hold of the spigot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jean Pettit? Jean, P-E-T-I-T? All right. How about Mary Ann Bozen?
Mine has been answered.
Okay, thank you, Mary Ann. Gary Gladys? Say that right? Gary would be from 12021.
Oh, that's Jerry Glade, and my question's already been answered.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sometimes I have a problem with the handwriting. I can't read my own. Eric Wilson?
Eric Wilson from 14451 Oak Trail. We've heard tonight about being at the first stage of the water acquisition and that we're looking into acquiring the distribution. It seems to me, and I agree with others, that it's premature to issue bonds at this point in that we haven't studied past the first stage, and so we don't know the total costs. In fact, it would be premature even to have a referendum before a study was done and complete and could be inspected. It was also indicated that the 1% home rule tax, sales tax, is currently used for capital projects and that it's intended for capital improvements. But will that 1% be sufficient for the entire 13 years of planned capital improvements? Do we have a master plan in place that's available for the residents to look at? Would it be better to rebate it or tax the municipal water service? And in the comparison to Mokina that the trustee had made, which was very interesting, thank you, the transmission cost was about the same for Mokina and Homer Glen. And so I understand the great benefit to all of Homer Glen, but it doesn't seem that the benefits that the $3 million of annual home rule sales tax, roughly that, why that has to benefit a segment of Homer Glen's residents. In fact, that's about 20% of the annual budget. And so this is a large fraction of our revenue. And so it seems premature and disproportionate to proceed at this point. It was even an action item on tonight's meeting. And so I would say that, have other municipalities issued bonds yet for these?
They all have their own financial mechanism. Bolingbrook isn't even issuing a bond, they're paying it right out of their general fund. And the $3 million you referred to from the 1% home rule sales tax is not just for Illinois American transmission line. That represents approximately $9 million of the $25 million bond. I don't know if you saw the presentation earlier. There's 4 different other projects. I read them all in the mayor's report also.
That's right. And thank you for that information. If other projects are needed during the 13 years of the bond, however, the 1% may not be sufficient. And in addition, if there's additional bonds needed, why would we give the authority for that now? A second round of an additional $25 million? I'm not sure if I had seen that somewhere, if that would be an authority given now. And is that to cushion the fact that a $7 million cost estimate may not be enough, that we may need far more than that? So I think it's a little initial and premature at this point, and those would be my general comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. Mr. Mayor, I want to apologize because apparently I wasn't very clear in the presentation, so I do apologize. The amount of money for the transmission line, separate from the other projects, the amount of money from the transmission line, if we are successful, if the Joint Water Agency is successful in acquiring it, that amount of money will be paid back to Homer Glen. And it will be rolled into the revenue bonds for the water agency, and the revenue bonds will be paid by the sale of water. Okay? So that money is not going to be structured for 13 years. It's going to be coming back and be paid back from the revenue bonds from the water agency. So I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
General obligation bonds, not revenue bonds.
I'm sorry.
Understand? I thought there's general obligation bonds, not revenue.
Not for the water agency. The water agency will be revenue bonds.
But our bonds.
General obligation bonds for the initial, and then, but that will be paid back upon the successful, and the money for the acquisition, if we're not successful, won't be paid. So our risk are the legal fees.
Okay. I can't read the first name, but the second one is John Cutrone, C-U-T-R-O-N-E maybe? The address would be 13141 E-C-H-O-L-A-W, it looks like. Okay, they're gone. Greg Grimm.
Greg Grimm, 14308 Bruce Road, Homer Glen. Just a couple of comments you made, Jim. You said you read Cranes that we had the lowest foreclosure rate. I read in a periodical we have the highest foreclosure rate in the southwest suburbs. You might be reading Mad Magazine again.
Greg, I'm not going to stand for this, okay? Here's the deal.
Saying,
you made a comment. You want to see in Cranes? I'll give you a copy.
I'll show you one too.
It's not from Mad Magazine.
Now,
please address this
I'll show you
committee
one too.
in the right manner.
Also you're talking about you're saying that we had a census and there's kids going to college. There's people moving out of here, Jim. There's people moving out because of our property taxes and some of the other things going on. The college kids is crazy. All right, now we'll go on to what this whole thing stinks. Why would we have a bond issue when we don't even know that we can secure this water agency? Obviously, these shills for the water company, they have got their hands in the cookie jar. They want too much money because of the greed. So they can't back down because every other community in the country would go after them for the same thing. So they can't back down now. But we're selling a bond on something that we have no idea what's going to cost. Why we would have the 7 people up here who are, most of them have our best interest at heart, why would we have them vote for this when we're going to be paying for this long after they're all gone? They won't be up there. Maybe Jim will still be king, but nobody else, but we don't know this stuff. Why wouldn't we find out from the courts what if in fact this is going to, if our credit's so spectacular, if our credit's so good, why don't we have a letter of credit that's good enough that we can find out the cost of this, what it's actually going to be cost through the courts, and what these legal fees we're going to incur, which will be staggering. Then we can go for a referendum and get that bond to cover that issue. But it makes no sense to go after these bonds and then what happens if it is struck down in the courts, Jim? And then what do we do with all that money that we have sitting in there that we're not going to get a water company with if the courts say no eminent domain? This is like flipping a coin. Maybe it'll work, maybe not. But it all comes down to the money. It always comes down to the money. And these fellows here, they're trying to make money for their firm. These guys here, of course, are ridiculous. And we're all going to get stuck with this. We're just going to get pounded with this. It always comes down to us. And one other thing, real quick. Last time we were here, Mayor Daley said that he had 10 times more people that were in here that were telling him that we want all of these actions. How many people are in here right now to support this? How many people in here are definitely here to support this action? One. That's there's a few more. That's yeah, here to learn. Okay. So anyway, you know, I saw last week on a news program that Poway, California, which is a town in California I've been to. Friends of mine built a beautiful casino hotel there. They have they took a $105 million bond out. They now are going bankrupt because they owe over $1 billion on it. Couldn't make their nut. Even with the casino, maybe at Fittyman Creek we should just put a boat on the Fittyman Creek and we can earn some revenue that way.
All right, thanks.
And one other thing, Margaret, you're the earth queen of this community, and that Fittyman Creek project is in your backyard, 42-foot wide swath to take 200-year-old oak trees for a sewage treatment, for a sewage system for nothing. One last thing. You want to bring more revenue to the city by bringing all these, what are we going to have, another Target? You can drive 5 minutes in any direction and get anything you want. Ted wants sock stores. Maybe he has a problem with foot odor.
All right, Craig, let's wrap this up. It's getting a little silly.
We got Menards.
And Mr. Grimm,
we got
thank
Home
you for
Cheapo.
comments.
We got Home Cheapo. We got Menards. Did anybody's property tax go down? No. Now we're going to get more buildings of the same type that everywhere you go, it's the same stuff. Our property tax is going to go down, Jim.
Wrap it up.
And then one last thing.
Yeah. Okay.
One last thing. The fellows who are worried about the septic systems, they're correct. My parents lived in Palos Park for 40 years. There was in the fringes of Palos, it was on septic and well, and they were forced with an assessment to pay $33,000 for hookup. And a lot of people moved out at that point because they couldn't afford that. But that is a reality. We would like guarantees on septic and well that we will never be forced to tap into that sewer line that you're proposing, a water line. Otherwise, your water thing's a good idea, Jim. These guys are pathetic. It is a good idea, but we got to go about it without issuing bonds for something that we don't have an idea what it's going to cost. That's all I say.
Thank you.
Referendum. Referendum.
Frank Bujan.
Frank Bujan, 13131 Hidden Valley Drive. Mayor Daley, trustees. I agree with the idea of running your water department. I lived in Orland Park 27 years. We used to have well water from Lake Erie, 1,500 feet down. We had a softener. I went to some meetings where they said you get radium. The federal EPA guy said I wouldn't drink the water. The state guy said it's fine. So, you know, but we got to the water, Orland Park running. I think we could do the same thing here, but I think you're drastically underestimating the costs to do the eminent domain. $9 million is a transmission line. That's just putting the transmission line in and buying it, as I understand it. But what about when you go to court? You're going to take 5-6 years. I'm a CPA. I've been through the court system. You know, the judges don't want to hear the cases. They want you to meet them on the side. I say this is a too important an issue for you few people to vote on. The taxpayer should vote in November on the referendum, as other people had said, and you're afraid we might lose the 1% sales tax. Well, if we lose it, we lose it, you know, but you can always come back later, like they've done with the school system. We voted the school down in Homer Glen for 5-6 years. I'm not against the school system, but I think my taxes are way too high right now out here. And the water company is an important issue, but the people from Illinois American Water are not going to give up the fight easy, because they're a for-profit corporation. They make a lot of money. Maybe there's some middle ground where you can negotiate with them on holding prices in the meantime. They don't want to lose us as a customer. But I think you have to put the referendum on there in November. Don't vote on it before November 5th. If you don't make it that time, put it on in the spring again. But you have to educate all of us. Like somebody said, we're here to be educated. I'm a CPA for 40 years. Those numbers don't add up. And instead of 50 million, we're only going to give you 25. Why should we give you a blank check for another 25 million to spend at your discretion? I don't want you spending my 25 million. 25 million in the bond in this 12.039. Change that 50 to 25, and the most you can spend is 25. No blank checks. This reminds me of Congress with adding all on these projects. You've got a lot of other projects there. Take it from someplace else, not from the bonds. And the math doesn't add up. It really doesn't. You have to do a lot more explanation to us before we would okay this. I want a lot more information.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Steve Brown. Steve Brown, I saw you around here. There you are, hiding.
Steve Brown on Marimel Drive, 162nd and Marimel, or 162nd here, Parker. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me talk last time in reference to allowing us to have a meeting, an independent meeting that would get us all together, because we have finally realized that Homer Glen needs to talk. And I asked you 2 weeks ago Monday to give us a website and this village hall on a Thursday night that we may communicate with one another. That never happened. I sent you a letter.
I never saw any letter from you, and I never saw any date that you requested. And you can go to our website and get any amount of information on this.
Okay.
You can use, as I told you before, you can use this hall. You can talk with the village manager if it's open. You want to put a group together yourself and meet here. As long as this is open and it's a public building, you can use it anytime you want.
All I ask is for Mr. Davis to give us a website presence so that I could actually announce that it could be on a Thursday.
We don't host outside groups. The information on our website is our information.
Well, actually, we own that website. Village, from what I've understood, that the citizens have access to the website, which would mean that we need, obviously, so that we don't get frustrated here, we need a communication source amongst ourselves.
Well, then you can send it out on your email that you want to set up some type of group. Contact
We'd be happy to post.
Okay, but I don't have a website, and people do not look at my website. They look at this website.
The best way you can drive attendance in the community is getting it in the local newspaper.
Exactly, the worst publication on God's green earth. This is the matter of fact, now that you mention it, politically controlled, worst publication. If I want to find out anything about football and the Porters, I can just look there. But to find out anything politically interesting, terrible.
All right, Steve, wrap it up.
Okay. That's about it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Weiss.
Hi, my name is Ed Weiss from 13852 West Sandstone Drive. I've calmed down since last week, and there's a few things that I'd like to know other than water. Everybody's brought up the water. But what about the $6 million for this improvement for these lots in the area? How many lots are, we talking about divided into $6 million? I mean, are the lots worth $6 million? You know what I'm saying? With these improvements. And then we're going to get the money back that we spend
It's not the lots, it's the municipal, it's the improvements to the subdivisions.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the streets, sidewalks.
Yep.
Right. The water,
Street
the water and
lights.
sewage and the utilities have been taken care of by the utility company, I assume, right? So it's all in there. So, I mean, what I'm saying is, I assume the streets are in. They might only have the rough asphalt in, they haven't topped it.
The binder, in some, each subdivision is a separate situation.
Okay,
There's nine of them that there's been a study done. H&R Green Engineering Company did it. The outside number to fix them to the standards that the village would accept them under dedication would be $6.4 million.
Okay, but how many lots are we talking about that are involved?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. So you take hundreds into $6 million. That's a lot of money per lot.
It doesn't work like per lot. It's the improvements inside of a subdivision.
I understand it, but you still have to divide it by...
You don't get it. The people that developed the subdivision are gone. They sold the lots. They're gone. There was no letter of credit. There is no bank guarantee for the finishing of the product of the subdivision.
Okay, so these are occupied lots already?
No, they're vacant lots.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Some of them are vacant lots.
Well,
Some of them are occupied.
Fine. How many vacant lots?
The public improvements, sir.
Okay.
The public improvements are to the entire subdivision. Some of the subdivisions, thanks for letting me know. One of the subdivisions has one home. Okay, that's just one. Another subdivision has 20, 30, 40 homes and many empty lots. The public improvements are to the entire subdivision, whether there's empty lots or not. You see what I'm saying? The detention facilities right now that possibly are not built to village standards, okay, and need to be worked upon, service both the people who live in the homes in the subdivision currently and obviously the empty lots that sit there. So the public improvements are to the entire subdivision.
I understand it.
So it doesn't work by dividing it by the number of empty lots.
Yes, it does. If I go into an area and I got to spend $5 million or let's say $2 million and there's 200 homes or 200 lots, 2 are only being occupied, why do I have to pay for something that's not even, you know what I'm saying? Someone's going to have to pay us back.
We are looking.
Why should I? Or I mean, it's just like okay. The gentleman was asking about water hookup. Okay, I've been around looking many years ago, looking for a place. Oh, I found this cheap lot in Downers Grove. Found out, oh, you know why it's so cheap? Because it costs $5,000 for hookup this and $5,000 hookup for that. So the property just went from $10,000 to $20,000, $30,000. So if somebody buys a lot, the bank owns a lot, I assume, or somebody owns the vacant lots, okay, why do we have to pay for them for those lots, for those improvements? Why don't we charge them back when somebody buys a house? Okay, it's $10,000 extra for the improvements.
We are looking into all the legal ramifications. That was all part of the study as to who owns these lots, the PIN numbers, what type of remedies we may have to recover money. At this point, we're not that far along in the study, or not that far along in the legal end is one thing. Nobody has bid let these things. All that's happened is an engineering company went in. We know the number, the dollar value that they are telling us it's going to cost.
Right.
And we're trying to secure the money in the event that we have to go in and do this. That's the whole thing. Okay?
So why are we copping up $6 million now?
We're securing very cheap money. That's all we're doing. We have not made any decisions as to how or to what extent we're going to go into these subdivisions and do. That will be a board decision at a later date. This is securing the money at cheap money, somewhere between 2.5% to 2.8%. Finish up with what you want to say, okay? We've heard it.
Okay, fine. Now, the other thing was, I forgot what I was going to talk about. I know, gentlemen, about the water and all that stuff, so, but that was one of the concerns. And the other thing is there a way that this home improvement, all of a sudden I see community improvement putting 2 more tracks in for $300 and some thousand. Why is that community improvement? Where'd that come from? These bike trails or walk trails?
The trails, we do grants with the government, and we pay for them as nice amenities and services to the community for exercise. I've heard absolutely no one besides yourself complain about walking paths in the community. They're quite nice.
Oh, they're nice. I'm not disagreeing that at all, but I mean,
It's all part of being.
who all wanted this?
It's all part of being. This goes back to my boards before me, the people you elected. This is what they wanted. This is what they're being told from their constituency, and it's a nice amenity for a high-end community like this. I don't hear complaints about that.
Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sawyer's had a short presentation on the sales tax. He'll just give it to you.
Mayor, this is just a really brief. Mayor, this is just a really brief illustration of the home rule sales tax since its inception on July 1st of 2009, projected through fiscal 13. The first year that it was effective, April 30, 2010, we collected 7 months, and that amount was $1,182,836. Fiscal 11, the one directly right of that, was our first full year, and the total home rule sales tax revenue collected for that year was $2,380,000, followed by the just most recent year we've had, April of 12. We had a 12% growth, which showed the home rule sales tax at $2,670,506. We see continued growth in that line item through fiscal 13. We have received, and that's through actual data through August, with just budget numbers forecasting the rest of the year. So we're projecting $2,873,811 for this year we're currently in. That's just a bar chart showing the numbers that I just spoke of. What I'd like to do is go to the next slide, which shows our home rule sales tax compared to the surpluses for those respective periods. And what I mean is the revenue in excess of expenses. So that first year, April 30, 2010, we collected $1,182,000. We had a surplus for that year that was $1,184,036, which means if we hadn't had home rule sales tax, we still would have been in the black. So there's been a lot of discussion about what, that we're using the home rule sales tax to use for operating costs. What in fact we do with home rule sales tax is that we transfer it out to capital project funds. So for the year April 30, 2011, we brought in $2,380,000. We had an operating surplus that year of $2,666,872. Without home rule sales tax, we still would have had a $250,000 operating surplus. We had the home rule sales tax was able to allow for the village to transfer out $1.4 million to the capital project funds. And then for April 30, 2011, 12, the one we just had audited, that revenue was $2,670,506. The operating surplus was $3,265,656. A very healthy surplus. We were able to transfer out $2.3 million to the capital project funds. We intend to do the same thing for April 2013, unless you do the bond issue, which effectively advances the funding mechanism for the capital projects. So just wanted to let you know that we do not use home rule sales tax to fund village operations. Its intent was to fund capital projects, which is exactly what we've been doing all along. And that concludes this illustration. If there's any questions, it's acting as it intended to in its first place.
Okay. Well, we sort of operated this, what do you call it, public comment as almost a workshop or open forum. So as long as we have John, the treasurer, asking if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask John any question you want on the home rule sales tax or the budget or any financial questions. Right here? There's John.
I'm looking at this wrong, but in your budget for this year, you've got that 2.7 million in sales tax, and you've got $2.3 million transferred to the capital project fund in your budget.
That's correct. The budget for 13 was built without the premise of this bond sale. What you would see in that type of format is that we would have anticipated a revenue and expense in excess of expenses of $2.3 million. That's why the bond was structured to not to exceed 2.4. It was an attempt to match that. The current projections that we're showing right now for home rule sales tax are up $200,000. Several other line items are in excess of the budgeted amounts. I would think that, I'm sorry, the revenue such as sales tax and home rule sales tax, income tax, they're all significantly higher than budgeted for.
What I'm saying, though, is you've got 2.7 in your revenue forecast.
Right.
2.3 in the expense forecast, right?
Well, what that would have shown is the difference between the 2.7 and the 2.3 would have been the shortfall.
Right.
But the amortization is only...
Remember that number, shortfall, right?
Right. Well, that's why the amortization was structured at 2.4 and not the full 1%. Now, the forecast on home rule sales tax isn't 2.7, it's 2.8 or 9. Right. Not to mention many of the other revenue items are far in excess of what we've budgeted for. I would say that we would probably continue on with this trend, which means that we would have an operating surplus, even though that budget shows the 2.3.
Okay. I think, good. Oh, sorry, he has one more question.
If you acquired the transmission line, you'd be happy with that without getting the distribution company?
I think I would. And the one thing that you need to understand is there are certain numbers that we can't exceed. So where the gentleman from Illinois American, Mike Smith got up and said, there is a point where we don't pursue it. I mean, we've had experts in this field do valuations and ongoing valuations and updated evaluations for what we believe this is worth and what we believe a court system will say it's worth. And if that exceeds our expectations, of course, we wouldn't pursue it.
You covered the transmission company
Right.
well, but the distribution company, or whatever you call it, service company or distribution company, it seems like the bulk of the savings are going to come from that end. Long-term is going to come from that end.
Well, one thing at a time. If you don't get the transmission or the supply side, you certainly aren't going to pursue the distribution side.
But what if you got one? Are you happy with just the transmission? And not the distribution?
We'll see.
Let's say your consultant said that was 75 million or 100 million.
On which one now are you talking about?
On the distribution side.
Okay.
You got transmission.
Okay.
Would you be happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I said most of the savings come from to us will come from the...
We'd be selling water to Illinois American then. How do you like that one? I'd love to hear how Illinois American thinks about that one. Go ahead. Okay. We could...
Most of the savings have come from the distribution company?
Well, we here in Homer Glen would see the biggest effect if we found it financially feasible to take over the local distribution, probably even more in sewer than on the water side. What we haven't been able to get is really clear numbers on the sewer side, even though we've asked for them. But based on what we can see, it looks like there's maybe a 30% cushion by some of the ID in our filings.
And you need to understand something too, with us dealing with Illinois American, because it is a private company, we have signed confidentiality agreements as to what can be discussed and what can't be discussed. Some of this is their private information that we certainly aren't going to sit here and violate that confidentiality clause. Sir?
Quick question to Trustee Niemann. What is the big difference in the Mokina service and our American Water Service, where they seem to be a general statement at 50% of our costs?
Mokina.
Are they public?
No.
Okay, they're
Mokina.
a company also.
It's a municipal run system through Mokina. They do contract out, which I believe in contracting out, because I think then you don't have a large infrastructure and you can scale up, scale down as you need to. That's how this village has stayed in the black. We've operated on contracting out services.
So would the intent assumedly be, if we got control of the water system, to sort of mimic what they've done and possibly see something in the neighborhood of that sort of savings?
Well, I would, the only thing I can say is I would hope so, but until I see the data, I won't know, and I won't go forward on anything that I don't see data on.
Well, we know they're doing something right.
They are.
And the second question is...
Taking the money out of your pocket and putting it in theirs. That's what they're doing real good with.
The second question is on the bonds to fund this. I've been involved in my share of bonds. There's a reason someone would buy a bond, and that is they normally get a dividend. Would these bonds be paying a dividend?
Sure, that's probably right now, I think the latest estimate in the bond that...
Let's let the bond individual answer.
They pay interest. Municipal bonds don't pay dividends. We pay interest.
A possible, not to hold you to it, projected rate of interest that would be paid on this bond if it did go forward?
It's somewhere between 2.5 and 3. The market keeps moving, but it goes in a very narrow range right now.
Not that we care what it is, let's take 3 as a number.
Okay.
Was there anywhere in your projections where you covered the cost of the outlet, paying the people back the 3% out of?
Oh, that's the 3% interest?
Yes.
That was in there. That was built in there. We had the principal and interest on the maturity schedule. The $2.4 million, that is our cap on the annual debt service, which is principal and interest. That $2.4 million will cover principal and interest.
That was factored into the interest paid on the bond.
Principal and interest, and it would be paid off between 2013 and 2025.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing when I was up there a little nervous. What's it going to take for us to have a vote, a referendum vote? What's it going to take all of us or the community to say, we don't want what you do, the community's going to vote on this? What's it going to take?
It's on the referendum for November, a home rule status. The board will eventually vote. The board will eventually vote if they want to move forward on issuing these bonds. We are going through the whole process of public hearings, comments from you, answering questions, telling you how we've gotten to this point in time, bringing bond counsel in to show you how we're going to finance it, having the financial director show you the village's ledger sheet. So what else can I answer for you?
No, what I'm saying is, the home rule has nothing to do with this, right? Home rule is home rule.
Home rule is home rule, correct.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, what does it take for us to say, we don't want this, we want to...
You're saying it right now. That'll be up to the board.
Okay, so the next meeting, you're going to vote on it. What's going to stop you from voting on it?
We're going to listen to the public and hear what they have to say, and we're moving over to the junior high on the 28th, and it'll be a very similar format. And at some point here, we are going to take a vote on this, and that's that.
Who's going to take the vote? You're going to ask everybody else?
These are the people you elected.
I understand that.
Okay. Well then, what? Not I, by the way. Anyway, okay. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Sure.
The meeting 2 weeks from now. Is it going to be a different format than this?
No.
Almost ashamed to say that I don't attend a lot of meetings, and last week was my first. And most of the information I've learned is from the few things that came up in this meeting. When you have to go up there and you're not answering every question, it's hard to get information. Because our local papers, you get very limited information. And what caught my attention, someone who's never attended a meeting, $50 million kind of a charge card was given to the village. And I give you guys credit because, I've been going from this end to the other end on this whole issue on whether a referendum. I understand the sense of urgency. The different gentleman that was the attorney, I think, last week stated that it would be grandfathered in. So I understand the kind of like, let's get it done now because you can secure those funds. I can't stand the water company. And one thing that really eked me is the fine trustee there. Years ago, we complained about the water. And one thing that's never been done, I wonder why the village can't do something. I think the number, and I could be wrong, and you could probably tell me what it is, it was like 18% of our water is unaccounted for.
Correct.
And we pay for that. Now, how can you be a business and say you're a wonderful business and you want to take care of the people? How can we accept a business? If you go to Jewel or Dominic's or somewhere else, and they will be adding you on because they got ripped off and theft, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and some may say it's in the cost. I'm not going to argue. My general point is, how can we accept 18% of our water unaccounted for and be paying for it? A lot of people have brought a lot of issues up, but you know what? That one irks me more than anything here today. How can we let this company, who we're paying a very good amount of money, and I can hear about Peoria and everything else, answer that question. Why do I have to pay for water that I don't even use with my neighbors or something?
The ICC allows them that privilege.
What can we do about that?
Not a whole heck of a lot besides write them and protest, and we have, and we've made our case on many occasions.
If there's anything you can do about a website, whatever, I think if we could let people know, that's one thing that really bothers me. Talk about just, I don't know what word to use, pissing it away. That's terrible. It's a very terrible situation to pay high water rates and then have them look at me with a straight face and say, oh, well, it's only 18%. We're working on trying to get it maybe to 70.
I get your message, and that's one of the reasons why.
Will the format be different? Will we be able to ask questions and get an answer? Or
Well, that's up to them if they want to answer a question like that.
No, I mean you guys at the meeting in 2 weeks. Rather than the format to go up and I make a couple comments and sometimes you get a response and sometimes you don't. That, the only way I get it is when you guys respond to the person up there.
Well, the way it works, the way the meeting is supposed to work, is you have public comment. And you get to say what you want as long as you keep it above the belt, okay? And then this is more of a public forum, question, answer, workshop type of thing with the general public. So that's what we're basically doing here.
So is the workshop different then? Will you answer questions directly?
We are right now.
Okay. Well, this part is great at the end because you do answer questions.
Yeah, we're answering questions.
I feel good about the bond portion. You did a nice job on the water bill.
Yeah.
The one thing that people still want to know, though, is how are we going to maintain the pipeline? Who's going to maintain the pipeline? What the costs are? Because that's the one link we still haven't heard really a lot from anybody. We know it sounds like the bond deal's good. They're bending over backwards to help the community to make it work. Are they going to make money? Yeah, that's the American way. I have no problem with that.
I believe Trustee Nemiak wanted to say something. You want to say something?
Yes. You mentioned the 18% unaccounted for water.
Yes.
That was what we found in 2004 when we first started. We have made some very small little successes by spending legal money and time, petitioning the ICC and taking it to court. One piece of legislation put a lower cap on the unaccounted for water that Illinois American can charge back. They have to eat a portion of it now. They still get a significant piece, but now because we were successful. The other piece is that we've worked with our legislators, and we've had some legislation passed in Springfield. What happened in Peoria won't happen again, because at the time that Peoria was looking at acquiring the water system, the ICC had the final say on whether or not that they could go forward. Thanks to our legislators, that has changed, and that it is no longer, a municipality has the authority to protect its residents, and so we'll be moving forward on that. I will tell you all that for the last 8 years, I have felt very impotent here. I have been able to just scratch the surface on what we're able to do to address some of these issues. This transmission line is the first time in which we can partner with other communities at a low risk to us to get some control of the supply. And we are looking and studying the local distribution because while I suspect we will find that this is in our best interests, until we have that, we can't move forward. But this transmission line is a low-risk investment for us because we will either spend it and get it back or not spend it. And the reason that we have to sell the bonds now is that in order to go to court, Illinois American, one of the pieces that they are arguing about is that we don't have the money up front to do this. We have to have the money in the bank to show the courts that we're serious about this and we will do it. That's why we have to do it, and that's been the commitment.
Okay, thank you. I know the gentleman right there.
Yeah, my name is Jim Finney. I appreciate the work it seems like Mary has done. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry if you're using your first name.
It's anemic.
She has done on this. I was up for a referendum before I got here. Now so much I don't know. Anybody talking about the referendum, you can pretty much agree that it's not going to happen, the way I see it. Because it's up to these people that we've given this power to do. Now, somebody who has worked on this thing for 8 years, 12 years, since 2005, and they don't, again, I don't want to call it casting any aspersions toward any of you, but we are cluttering up the issue, I believe. And a referendum is going to further clutter that issue. I agree with a referendum, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to go that way, I don't believe, because the work put in by this panel is not going to be just thrown away and we're going to go ahead and now everybody gets to vote on it. Clearly there was a lot of confusion, there certainly was on my part, about some of these costs. I'm still a little blurry about it. But one gentleman mentioned this project with the subdivisions. Now, I don't say these subdivisions shouldn't be repaired, and it should be on those subdivision people to pay for it and so forth. And I know what you're saying, I believe, is that in the effort to, as community as a whole, we want to repair these problems with the subdivision. The problem with that is the priorities. Now, water is the goal of the future, we all know that. It doesn't seem to me that the priorities lie with some curbs, I don't have curbs, with some street lights, with some things in some sparsely populated subdivisions should be part of this. Now maybe Ms. Nemec says that we have to have the money in the bank, perhaps as a vehicle to get the money in the bank. That $6 million is showing here. Mayor has said that they haven't decided how they're going to proceed with those subdivision projects. It would seem to me that there should be a bigger priority given to some of these few projects that were put on the...
Thank you. Over this here?
One question.
Sure.
I've been listening to several people questioning why it can't be on a referendum. What I'd like to know is what is the difference between this issue and the aggregation that went to a referendum, and I'm sure you guys were pleased with how it turned out. I think a lot of people would be just much more at ease and willing to accept the outcome if it were the will of the people.
What I can tell you with the electric aggregation is that there were multiple communities involved in it. I believe, if I'm correct, was it
required? For the electric aggregation, the simple answer to that is for the electric aggregation, it was required by law. Okay, state law required that if you were going to, yes, required a referendum. This does not require a referendum. The board has the power to make the decision on the bonding. There's no law that requires that.
But there doesn't have to be a law requiring it.
Well, I'm just explaining it to you. That's the difference. You asked what the difference was.
Yeah.
In one instance, the law requires it, and in the other instance, it does not.
But that's why you guys want it to be decision of the board, but it sounds like most of the people here would prefer it to be under a referendum.
I'd like you to remember one thing, though, too, is that we have approximately, tonight before some people left, noting that we're going to go on the 28th over at junior high, have a little more space, be a little more comfortable. We have 24,200 people in this town. 80% of them are on this water system. I mean, you hardly ever see people that are satisfied with something come to the forefront and get up and say, oh, I'm just so satisfied with it. The people that normally don't want something show up. So you're the people that evidently, to me, either are curious as to what the village is trying to do or you don't want it. If the people of Homeland really didn't want it, I think you'd see thousands and thousands of people out here. I think Illinois American has been a sore in our side for a long time. We've got multiple capital projects that we need to fund for the future. This village has spent endless amounts of hours on it. Not only my administration, but prior administration, all the task force and committees that comprise the village. And we want to keep you in the light of things by telling you about what we're up to and everything. But at the end of the day, this village has to do what's right for 24,200 people. So somebody else had a question. Oh, that's it, Bob. Yeah. And you know what? So everybody understands, we still have to get through a legislative part of this meeting. So if we could sort of wrap this one up, go ahead, Bob.
I told you I love you guys. You know that. I have a question for John Sawyer. What are we doing? Are they general observation bonds or the revenue bonds? Two ways to fund it. One is through property tax, and the other one is where? How are you going to answer that?
Well, these are GO bonds that are going to be abated and paid back through the 1% home rule sales tax. A revenue bond is similar in that a pledged revenue source is pledged towards it, but it's a significantly higher issue cost.
Which way are we going? GO or REV?
This is a GO bond.
It's a GO bond. All right. That means, according to the way I understand it, you can collect that 1% through home rule sales tax. Correct?
Yes, it'll be pledged, so it'll be secure through the life of the bond.
Okay, all right. So in other words, that comes back to every one of you and me. Home rule sales tax. They keep talking about people coming to Homer Glen. Really. I've had my business here 34 years. We're only down 27% in our business. Is it my fault? Not at all. Granted, the mayor alluded to 22,000 cars driving down 159th Street. That's true. All right, but when that highway is made into a super highway, do you really believe that 55 miles an hour people are going to turn in to my store or turn into Aquapool or turn into anywhere on 159th Street until they're in Orland Park or they're in Rockport or it's close to town?
Okay, Bob, we need to move on here. Oh my God. Okay, go ahead.
Just a home rule, in general.
Okay.
Let's say home rule goes through in the referendum. Can you impose more sales tax?
No, there are other taxes that are involved. I'm not. That's a question for the attorney because I'm not actually positive of that.
Limited to 1%.
Home rule. Hold on.
Limited to 1%.
It's capped at 1%. He's saying.
It is capped.
Yes. Yeah. And with that 1%, you need to understand we have one of the lowest sales tax rates in the entire area. I mean, that's what makes it so attractive, you know. And we're using the money for capital improvements.
And actually, Mr. Mayor, if I may say so, over the months,
And over the last several years, our economic development team has gone out and visited several businesses and stood and talked to their customers and consumers, whether it be the Menards and Home Depot. We've had the opportunity to meet several customers of those establishments, and they are outside the village. They are coming to our village purchasing materials that they could purchase in their own municipality, whether it be Orland Park or what have you, or Tinley Park, Frankfurt, Lockport, or where have you. They're purchasing it at our own businesses from the standpoint and contributing to our sales tax base from outside the village. But they're purchasing it here, and what they're saying is they're saving money by purchasing the exact same item here in our village as they would in their own village, which is maybe 3-4 miles away. So our position of sales tax right now, including with the home rule sales tax, is in a very good position. So we do have outside resources that are contributing, outside our municipality, contributing to our economic viability, and that's what we want to continue with.
One more question. Your home rule question, Q&A is different now. It's a positive statement.
Yes. Yes. At the last meeting, we brought that up. At the last meeting, we did make comment that we were successful in getting into the affirmative from the negative on the voting of the question. You had one question?
Question. You know, 355 and 143rd and Gower. Is that Homer or is that Lockport right there? We're doing the industrial park.
The industrial park is Lockport.
Industrial park is Lockport.
Lockport. Yes. Yes. Okay, we need to wrap this up, so, okay, go ahead.
I'd like to thank the mayor and the trustees for the flexibility on the meeting tonight. I think it's been very helpful, and for all the time that you put into this. And I would also like to thank Trustee Nemec for clarifying this, that the revenue from the northern Will County district will be used to go back to capital projects at the 1% home rule tax would have otherwise been. That's a good clarification. I hadn't heard that before. It might be nice to get that somewhere in a little bit more detail. It's not quite clear how equitable that be, but you've done very well.
What we've tried to do with having it more of an open forum type of thing is when somebody has questions like that, we've been adding them to the website. As the village manager stated, and I'm sure he's writing it down right now, what is it up to? There's like 17 pages, 16 pages of question and answers. Go ahead.
It was very helpful. I'd like to ask a question on the plans for the study of the distribution system. Has a timeline been set and have alternatives been looked at, such as connection to Tinley Park or groundwater supply? And a brief second question. The $25 million bond total is fairly clearly given. It would be $2.5 million for 109th Street, $6.5 million roughly for the subdivisions, roughly $9 million for the water, and $6 million for Fittiman Creek, totaling about $24 million. But I'm not clear where the $50 million comes from. Do you have explicit plans that add up to that $50 million? And why would you ask for $50 million?
This board hasn't fully discussed that yet. There's not been a full decision made. So that's why we need to get to workshop discussion, and because you're going to want to have an opportunity to hear us put our opinions in about where this goes. In my report, I gave you my opinion about the transmission line, and I tried to keep it specific to that, knowing we had something else on the agenda.
The purpose of the $50 million is that if home rule is lost, first of all, we went through the bond rating system. I was the one that sat with the S&P. I was with Bill. I took them around town. They were extremely impressed with it. They rated us at a very conservative number for up to $50 million. What we're looking for is $25 million, not to exceed $50 million, but be able to have that in the event that it would be needed in some type of catastrophe or some type of situation. It would be like saying you're being rated here and we're not intending to go out for $50 million, you know, we have $25 million of capital projects that we're looking at. We're being rated for $50 million. So we're trying to get that in writing that we're rated for it. Because if you lose the home rule status, the 1% can only be used for capital projects.
Thank you.
Okay.
The question on the distribution, I'll hear the answer.
Okay. Al?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, everybody, for giving me the time to speak. I was just wondering, I'm kind of generally piggybacking on what he said. Will I be able to get further clarification tonight on maybe specifics on the bond percentages, where the majority of the money from the 1% home tax is going to?
Yeah, it was in the presentation, and I don't have any problem supplying you with the sheet of paper that shows you the projects that we're considering. All of these projects have to come back in front of the board. What we're basically doing is we're securing the money, we're securing the interest rates, and each project's going to come back in front of the board for approval. Each project is in different stages, and so, yeah, we do have a copy of this, and I actually have it in my book here, so I'll give you a copy of it. Okay.
Mayor, Director Sawyers is going to stay after the meeting also, so if you would like to ask him specific questions, you can do that personally.
Okay, final question, because we still have legislation to go through. Go ahead.
I just have a question. That is, next week when you vote, will you vote to, yes, you do want it, pass the bond, you do want to buy the water line, whatever, you do want to go ahead with the bonds. You will not actually sell them until you know you're going forward, or will you at that point then have to go ahead and sell them?
Yeah, we're going to sell the bonds and create a bond fund, and it shows.
If the number becomes too high, that Mary had said before that this is not something we can do. What happens to that $50 million you now have in your bank account?
Well, we're not selling $50 million of bond. We're selling 25. We're being authorized for $50 million.
So that if you're authorized for 25,
as you saw a bill state that you can pay down these bonds, you can pay them off. I mean, you can decide that you have additional capital projects that you'd like to see done in the community. As one of the trustees mentioned to me, as part of the projects that were up there, flooding is not identified in a big, massive way, even though we're currently working on about 6 different flooding projects. So capital improvement projects you can use it for. So
when will you decide on the number that you're actually going to sell?
That is, sell? We're looking.
Like for the bonds, like when you actually go out and do the bond offer, we saw the number up there today for $25 million.
Right.
You're going to ask for $50 million, or you're going to say we're going to do $50 million?
No. Why don't you explain that, Turbo?
That's what I lost it. Sorry. Sorry to beat the horse.
They're authorizing up to $50 million, not to exceed.
Okay.
The first issuance is for $25 million. Once the board adopts the resolution, then they're clear to sell.
Okay.
And it's a matter of.
If they want to do more later, then they go back to us.
The board.
Go back to the board. Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody need to take a little break here before we go to legislation, to use the washroom or anything? Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back and continue on. Is there a motion to recess for 10 minutes?
So moved.
First by Trustee Costa, second by Trustee Yukich. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Being the regularly scheduled meeting.
So moved.
First by Trustee Costa, second by Trustee Yukich. Madam Clerk, is that a yay or nay, or what is it?
Call the roll. Call the roll.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Costa?
Yes.
Trustee DeVivo?
Aye.
Trustee K. Janis?
Aye.
Trustee Nemec?
Aye.
Trustee Sabo? Aye. Trustee Yukich?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. This would be the legislation and the action items for tonight. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 12-009, a resolution providing for a referendum by the electors of the Village of Homer Glen, Will, and Cook County, Illinois, concerning whether the Village of Homer Glen shall continue to be a home rule unit of local government?
So moved.
First by Trustee Yukich.
Second.
Second by Trustee K. Janis. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Yes.
I just,
Good.
could you, Mr. Mayor, just reiterate, I know that initially, we read the statutes and we thought the question had to be in the negative, and I really am very relieved, and I apologize because I was out of town at that last meeting.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Very briefly, we were concerned about that too. We contacted other lawyers who had done this. We got a resolution that had been passed in 2001 addressing the issue. I submitted that to the State Board of Elections for their review, and the State Board of Elections agreed that it was a conclusion of their staff that this proposal was the best solution because, one, it has been utilized in the past, and two, though, it avoids voter confusion where a yes means a no and a no means a yes. And so that's what we did, and that's why the language is presently as stated, which is much clearer than what we thought would be the case under the statute.
Thank you. I'm very relieved because I think I'm more concerned about voter confusion than so that's terrific.
There was a discussion at a prior meeting, and we were able to mimic another community's way they put it on the ballot, and the state agreed with it, so good job, Carrie.
Right.
I just want to make one comment about, because at the last meeting, a no was really a yes. So now we've got to be sure that the public knows that a yes means a yes. And
well, that's what it should always been.
And so the public has to, there's got to be a lot of work done to make sure that the communication is out there for a yes is a yes.
I think they made it a lot clearer. I mean, we'll get it on the website. Cam, is this on the website already?
It goes up tomorrow on the website. I wanted to wait till you approve it.
Okay. That's a good thing to do. Wait till we approve stuff, yeah.
The official wording in terms of the ballot, the actual wording is one of the answers on the 16 pages of answers for the bond issue.
Okay. We should probably somehow highlight it. This is the way it's going to be presented on the ballot. A yes is a yes, you know? Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Kajanis?
Aye.
Trustee Nemec?
Aye.
Trustee Sabo?
Aye.
Trustee Yukich?
Aye.
Trustee Costa?
Aye.
Trustee DeVivo?
Aye.
Motion carries. That was H1. We're H2. H2, is there a motion to approve ordinance number 12-040, amending ordinance 11-018, approved June 14, 2011, entitled Outdoor Lighting in the Village of Homer Glen?
I so move.
First by Trustee Sabo.
Second.
Second by Trustee Yukich. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say I'm very happy to say that this ordinance does take steps to ease some of the burdens on some of our developments. It's a great step forward. I'm supporting this motion for that reason. And
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further, Trustee Sabo?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to ask the attorney a question, and that is, or actually two, and that is in the box where it does say what the motion is for consideration. It really doesn't say particularly what is being amended, and I think that that's very important to know because it's this item, the ratio of 15 to 1. So I'm just asking if that can be in as part of the motion. The naming the number, the section number, and identifying it that way as number 1, the maximum to minimum light level ratio shall not exceed 15.1. That's going to be stricken. So.
Yeah, it can be added to the motion, absolutely. Just, you don't have to add it to the title of the ordinance, but your motion would just say amending the ordinance number 11018 entitled Outdoor Lighting Ordinance of Homer Glen by striking section 3.2.1.
Number 1.
Number 1, the maximum to minimum light level ratio shall not exceed 15 to 1.
Okay. I would like to amend my motion then
And I'll second that.
You're amending your motion to reflect what the village attorney just
I'm
explained?
amending my motion to reflect what the village attorney had said concerning what is being amended and what section it is.
Okay, and George,
Yes.
you were the second. Trustee Yukich is amending his motion on the second for Trustee Sabo's first.
Correct.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I would like to ask something that I had mentioned to Manager Davis, and that is that on page 14, or it's actually the last printed page of the ordinance, it refers to, it says approved by the village president, meaning that everyone has voted in on 2012. And when in a previous draft, or the draft before this one, it had another date, but it was never the date of the original motion, of the original creation of this ordinance, which was December 18th, 2007. So my question at that time was, why can't we put the original date of the creation plus the amended times, and then that brings it up to today, because it was not created, it appears that it's created in 2012, and it was not.
What?
Right here.
That's just the date of this amendment.
I know it's the date of this amendment. When I was in Springfield, and I was talking, and we were there for the I&M Canal Day celebration of 40 years, I was speaking to a legislature about that and about the ordinance itself and when it was created, and he said, but it says here that it's created in 2011 because that's when the last amendment was. I said, oh no, that's just the amendment date. I don't think anyone should have to explain that's the amendment date.
Well, wasn't the ordinance...
Maybe I can just clarify. And sorry, Carrie, I don't mean to interrupt you.
I think 11018 was a comprehensive amendment to the entire lighting ordinance, so I think 11018 replaced whatever its predecessor was in its entirety.
Yes, and then before
Trustee
that...
Sabo, when it actually gets codified, and we had a meeting with the codifier this past week as we handed over all the ordinances that the village clerk has been working so hard to pull all together. When it is codified, the actual code book will reflect the original adoption date and subsequent revision dates. It'll be very, very clear in the code book, which is what we'll have online and what everybody will see and what you'll copy to give to people. So it'll be very clear that way.
And I think that's only fair to any ordinance, that we know when it was amended and when it was the original date was. Yeah. It's just that
we won't be passing out these kind of ordinances as law anymore. There'll be one copy with the subsequent changes, and it will identify when it was initially started, and then when there's been amendments, like tonight, that'll reflect that there was amendment on this date, and the specific section that was amended. In other words, it won't have a date all the way at the top that says this whole thing was amended tonight. It'll have a date in a specific section that will indicate that this portion was amended tonight. So it'll be, I think, when we get to the point where we actually have a rule book that most other communities have, it'll be very clear, I think. I think you'll be happy with it.
Well, I do think that would be much better, because if you follow the history of it, you can't follow the history.
Well, that's a legislative history that they attach to legislation downstate, but even downstate, when they pass a new bill, it's dated with an effective date, either immediately or within 6 months or a year, depending on what the legislation is. All this shows is the date it was finally approved, and this amendment was finally approved and passed by the village board.
Okay.
Okay, I'd just like to clarify why this ordinance, why this amendment is here today. And the Environment Committee has been working on this. The table was removed, and this is just like something that should have been removed. It was the 15.1 uniformity ratio. And according to Mrs. Debbie Briggs-Luganby without the table, and with the removal of 15.1 Uniformity Code, the village is no longer in the position of being considered a lighting designer. This makes the ordinance easier for development, and that's what we wanted to do, so that it's implemented easily. And also, in the back of the ordinance, in the back was her sheet that she goes into more detail, but there are 5 points that she wants to make clear that are very simple requirements. And that is that you add up all the lumens that are going to be used, every light, every wall, on the street, on the building, whatever it is, and then you have a lighting budget of 100 lumens. And then the other is the trespass. The trespass levels are very important because we don't want a commercial business to infringe or to be an imposition on a residence where the light is too bright. And then the hours of operation after 10 p.m. or 1 hour after business closes, then the lights would be reduced to 25%. Then the luminaire standards is that all the luminaires are proposed for the development of the table indicate in the plan the location of where they are. And a cut sheet, or means an identifying sheet, be accompanying that, which verifies it's not just a name, it is verified by the manufacturer that this is indeed what this light does or doesn't do. And it is full cutoff, which means that the bulb does not go below the shield or the housing. So it does not go down. And the reason is so that the light is up there, it shines where it's needed, it's not going up and lighting the sky. This is to reduce the light pollution and an overuse of lights. So then she provides a link, and this is also on our website. There's other links on the website for many, many models of lighting. And then there's a color pattern, a correlated color temperature, which means that lights are not too blue or too white, but they are more natural. So I feel that those 5 points are very important for in any commercial development and to follow. And if they follow that, it makes it very simple for them. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Nemec?
Aye.
Trustee Sabo?
Aye.
Trustee Yukich?
Aye.
Trustee Costa?
Aye.
Trustee DeVivo?
Aye.
Trustee Kajana?
Aye.
Motion carries. Let's see here. H3 was taken off the agenda for further consideration. Recommended by Trustee Yukich that thought that it should be in a workshop format for tonight. I believe we had somewhat of an open forum workshop. The trustees still need at some point to have a workshop between themselves. Let me try to set that up on maybe as part of the next meeting, and we'll go from there if everybody's happy with taking that off the agenda for tonight.
Well, I do think you're right, Mr. Mayor, that we need to discuss it among ourselves. We have not done that, but we have very graciously listened to a lot of residents. I think that's very important, but they need to hear what we all have to say too, and that's part of the reason to continue to have, because we haven't continued, but to have a workshop session.
Okay. With that being said, is there any old business? Is there any new business? Is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
First by Trustee Sabo.
Second.
Second by Trustee, who was it, Yukich?
Yeah.
Trustee Yukich.
You guys fighting over it?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Meeting adjourned.
It's only 11.
Very good.